Muy buenos días con toda.
Good morning, everyone. We will begin with the third panel of our Conference of Ministers entitled The Role of Innovation in Public Institutions in Accelerating Full Implementation of the Goals of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Please, before I introduce the distinguished participants in this panel, make a brief summary of some of the issues that we discussed yesterday. And I would like to say that we discussed the importance of building shared visions of the future that cater for the multiple crises and enable us to move towards a change in our development style as a result of the climate crisis, among others. And we spoke about the trust of citizens on institutions that head that change and the strengthening of democracy both will become essential in order to move towards a more sustainable development. In consequence, the new public service places at the very center of its service democracy and dialogue in order to build a new public service. The question that we ask ourselves in this panel is how we can revert that downward trend when it comes to trust in public institutions, how to co-create solutions for persistent issues faced by development. And within that context, we hope to deal with the role of innovation in public institutions. Within the state, we are aware that often the perceptions that citizens have of the state respond to emotions related to the way in which they come into contact with institutions, which is sometimes complex, slow, and sometimes even frustrating. And therefore, devoting time to the promotion of cultural changes that enable innovation when it comes to the way in which we think and operate in institutions in order to generate alternative solutions to public problems becomes an essential matter when it comes to strengthening the state and the vision of the state. But how is it that we can promote this experimental mindset in public service and establish an environment that is adequate in order to take risks and innovate within a context of permanent urgencies? How is it that we can use the planning tools, financial resources that was discussed at length yesterday, material resources, technological resources, human resources, and also methodological resources in order to resolve these critical issues of public service and provide goods and services that imply significant results for society as a whole, but especially emphasizing those people and those groups that live in a condition of vulnerability so that we leave no one behind. The state cannot discriminate. That is what we will be discussing today. And now I would like to ask our distinguished panelists to please be strict with time so that we can also have time available for the interventions by the different delegations present here. So without further ado, I would like to introduce our panelists today. We are accompanied by Mr. Roman Joseph Capdeville, who has more than 12 years experience in innovation and the transformation of organizations. Among other positions, he has worked as a consultant in innovation in the Ministry of the Economy, Promotion and Tourism of Chile, and in the Corporation for the Promotion of Production, Corfo, and he was the founder and ex-executive director of Laboratorio de Gobierno of Chile. I have called him a champion of public innovation, so thank you very much, Roman, for being with us here this morning. We also have Mr. Giovanni Peirano Torriani, president of the Directive Council of the National Planning Center for Strategic Planning in Peru. He is a political scientist and holds a master's in political science at the Pontificia Universidad Católica del Perú. He is a researcher and professor in that same school. He is a professor of the Diplomatic Academy in Peru, among other institutions. Mrs. Luz Queida Gramajo, who is Secretary of Planning and Programming of Guatemala. She holds a degree in international relations and Foreign Affairs of the Universidad of San Carlos in Guatemala, and holds an MA in the management of projects in Universidad del Valle in Guatemala. Among other positions, she has worked as a statistical manager of economic statistics manager, and has worked in the Association for Childhood the Development of Children. She has worked in the Ministry of the Environment and Natural Resources, and has also been the Director of Public Management for Development in the same ministry that she heads today. And Dr. Henry Wayne, who is President and General Director of the Jamaican Planning Institute. He is an economist of the University of the West Indies. He has headed the country office of the World Bank in Jamaica. He has been a special advisor in the Ministry of Agriculture and Fisheries and Housing and Public Function, and has been a vice president of government affairs in Scotiabank, and has actively participated in the advance of the sustainable development policy in Jamaica for more than 20 years now. And we also have the interim Minister of Economic Planning of Costa Rica, who is a business manager and has a master's degree in public management with an emphasis on finances. So it's a very distinguished panel with enormous experience in public administration and also in the private sector. And hopefully they will help us to think outside of the box as from our own states. Mr. Roman, you have the floor. Okay, thank you very much, Valeria. Thank you very much, Ilpes and ECLAC, obviously, for this invitation. I would certainly like to greet my colleagues, ministers, vice ministers, directors of different services. In actual fact, I would like to convey to you a macro perspective of the value of innovating public service and the impact of developing concrete strategies as from national governments and also some national governments in order to develop the capability to innovate as from the public sector in order to have a more agile, friendly, and state capable of making decisions and updated in terms of citizens' demands and also in terms of the complexities of the 21st century with technological changes that are exponential and also involving cultural changes that demand a more flexible state with a permanent innovating capability. That experience can also be mentioned as from the development of public service in Chile with a government laboratory that has been outstanding at a global level and not only on a Latin American level. And I would also like to put forward certain questions and challenges that we face in our region that are also shared at a global level with regards how we can develop that new public service, that new public administration that was already mentioned by Valeria. Please, could you show my presentation on the screen? I would like to say that perhaps in this same event or in the same room 7 or 8 years ago when Chile was taking its first steps when it came to public service at a formal level, at least through the creation of this government laboratory, these issues were very novel ideas and marginalized, very distant from decision-making spheres. And therefore, being here together with national authorities of the whole region seems to me is for me something very powerful, and it shows that public service is here to stay, and that has a reason. And that reason is the demand for transformation that the different public administrations have throughout our region. And in consequence, we have a region and a world that demands public innovation. And the underlying sense is that innovation of whatever type is nothing more than a means that we have as human beings in order to develop changes that generate value for people. And in the case of public administration, we're talking of a public value that should summon us to improve the quality of our administration so that it can be much more effective and capable of generating the public value urgently, because if we look at the newspapers in each one of our countries, we will read about relevant social and political crises that have emerged over the past 10 or 15 years. and with greater impetus, I would say, within the context of the pandemic. Chile underwent a social upheaval that still generates consequences, a constitutional process, and so on. And therefore, the re-legitimization of democracy is a fundamental priority issue because we're in a context of crisis and where challenges are increasingly complex and where the traditional way in which we face up to public service in a linear manner, obviously, and and with linear planning is probably spent, and we need innovation in we need these mechanisms, and that is where this emerges within the context of digital transformation and within the context of an increasingly empowered citizenship. Citizens via an app can ask for a hamburger at home and they receive that in 30 minutes, and therefore they demand the same effectivity and capability to resolve problems from public service if citizens and consumers are exactly the same human beings. And obviously within a context where the acceleration of the digital transformation is exponential, and and this curve illustrates how the capability has increased. The computer capability has increased in terms of managing data as from our computers in the last 2 years, and certainly in the past 5 years. This has been exponential, and that shows that there are no longer any frontiers with regards technological capabilities in order to resolve problems. Our challenges lie much more with the capabilities of teams, of institutions, and of institutional strategies, and of civil service as a whole, in order to have a new approach whereby we understand that public innovation enables us to face modern democracy crisis that not only occur in our region. What happened in France a few years ago is a very good example that this is not only a problem for developing countries, but also impacts developed countries. And we can see what happened in Capitol Hill last year in the US. This is a global problem, and therefore the way in which we structure democracy in the States 150 years ago is a formula that is now spent as a result of this context of transformations and the crisis. And this is something that we learned in Chile must be faced with innovation, because otherwise they simply overwhelm you, and thus you have no capability to react. And there, public innovation, which is a value for citizens, because if we generate innovations that may be a change but do not generate a value for citizens, are not adequate innovations, or if they don't have a measurable, observable impact, for example, in terms of the internal capability when it comes to procedures, and bureaucracy on the state, they are no longer valid. And this has to do with methods and procedures that have a potential, that are feasible in terms of being promoted as from the institutional framework of the state, where we understand public innovation as an engine for transformation between this relationship that has broken down between the state and people, between the state and citizenship. And thus, from inside, we improve the productivity of the public service so that we can subsequently improve the quality of public services, and thus provide better service to patients in a clinic, or that people can gain access to employment in a much more efficient manner. And that will generate a global transformation, welfare, and generates a public good and improves the confidence of citizens on the state. For example, in Chile, the taxation service created during the pandemic a taxpayer's report that made fiscal expenditure much more transparent in a very simple manner, very visually, with simple language for each citizen. For example, if I paid $1,000 in taxes per year, I would receive a report saying, well, what were those $1,000 used specifically? 200 and so in social protection, in health, and whatever. And then it also provided education in terms of deficits, contributions, and so on. And that led to a 7% increase in trust and a 12% increase in the perception of transparency in the midst of a social and political crisis. Imagine that effort, which is a digital effort, and if we do that in a more routine fashion. And since there are governance methods in terms of how to structure public innovation, that has been very fashionable in Chile, for part of that fashion in terms of developing laboratories of public innovation, which is one of the very powerful mechanisms. I was in charge of one of them because it enables you to implement specific innovations and thus create a feeling that it is possible to innovate with the state, and thus that leads to a massive cultural change in among public servants. But that is not the only possible model, because here we see a systematization of the different models so that can may be promoted by any agency that promotes the modernization of the state.
With models for knowledge management, training of officers, of installed capacity, other more designers, and others that focus more on the constant interaction with citizens and listening, other more incubators. And in the case of Chile, that's added several of the ones mentioned earlier, but focusing on implementation, which is the challenge for many laboratories. I have just arrived from a meeting in Cartagena de Indias, Ibero-American meeting, and the thing was how you go from the prototype to scale it up. How do you know about the experimental aspect that is valuable, that allows you to test and see which solution is more relevant to your citizens? But how can you scale it up and turn it into public policy? There are some benchmarks. In addition to the government laboratory in Chile, we have the experience of IDB and GovD, where public challenges are linked to startups to resolve the issues, or more civil society initiatives where they have public laboratories, or EGO in Bogota, or more specifically, digital transformation, such as the governmental laboratory in Peru, or Policy Lab, which is also a benchmark in the case of the UK. And where governance must consider at least three things. How representative are they, and what is the correlation between the innovation purposes, and where the laboratory reports to? Because some report to the Ministry of Social Development or Finance, or if they do not report to any ministry and they're autonomous, so who mandates the Public Innovation Laboratory? This will, to a great extent, determine the scope and the ability to make changes. And second, the flexibility and ability to resolve the legal body, if you like. Is it highly ductile to create institutionality? And in Chile, we evolved until we reached the Ministry of Finance after almost 9 years of history. And lastly, permeability and the ability to listen. What are the mechanisms of these institutions to listen to citizens, to listen to the private sector, to coordinate with the academic world, or generating knowledge that will be useful for state management? And in the case of the Chilean model, to zoom in, the model that is materializing and speeding up the transformation of the state brings together three services. One related to agile project management to resolve specific issues, and where the laboratory with its multidisciplinary team works together with one or more institutions to resolve health issues, housing, social services. And this is combined with a network of public innovators with more than 25,000 members after 6.5 years' work, and it is decentralized, public and with private partners, and also civil society, the private sector, academia, and that leads to innovation culture inside and outside the state, and also new capacities, terms as broad as data sciences, services, behavioral sciences, another with various training programs, and a high learning by doing approach with concrete projects. And lastly, most recent, development and an entire service rationale. These are not goods, but services with users that they service. And it's the same way that we should understand the state, not as a checklist of programs and benefits, but rather services that have contact points and that go respond people in their life cycle based on the different stages, but with an index for public innovation that is measuring and developing abilities to innovate within these national services. This is the third measurement this year, with 45 institutions that are 50% of the public institutions in Chile at national level. And where, of course, there have been various instances, face-to-face, online, combining the ability to apply more projects, innovative, that allow you to assess the impact with a new model for healthcare, interoperable, attending or servicing 14 million people every day almost, 80% of the population in Chile, with solutions that I repeat are interoperable and simplifying procedures, but that stem from an intensive work with the FONASA laboratory involving 15,000 public servants, or what was done in the pandemic, that the system was developed with a service rationale, with a single key to access and other forms of digital access. And so more than 1 million people were serviced with 80% user satisfaction. This is also interesting to be measured. As Valeria was saying, the idea is to have a far more friendly interface between the state and the citizen to create this trust, always a cooperation rationale. Here we do not have highly enlightened people in the public sector that resolve the issues. No, this is done in a cyclical, experimental fashion together with citizens, together with academia, sometimes the private sector. Here we have an example of the contributor report, and for the fourth consecutive years, we will get this year all contributors, millions, including private individuals and enterprises. Well, if you want further details of the Chilean case, you can download it here from this website, and this was devised by the laboratory team. And then, moving on to a more macro approach, regional level, how to go to the implementation of public innovation. Here there are 4 principles that mix innovation and agility. Focus on people is essential. People perceive the services, but also they deliver them. So developing capacities among public servants is priority. If we do not develop that, we will not have greater capacities at state level. That should be a pretty obvious consensus for the region. And second, form multidisciplinary and diverse teams. This was not invented by us. This was understood 40 years back. And the major tech companies, when they have technologists working with anthropologists, chemical engineers, and economists. Why? Because the combination of technical approaches and hopefully also cultural diversity, various ideological views, diverse sexuality, all diverse aspects should be included. And third, evidence-based solutions. We cannot continue to create what in Chile we call the I think it should be this. You have a political authority who thought something was good, implemented, billions of dollars were spent, and then a few years later they said, oh, well, this didn't work. We cannot allow us to do that today with the level of knowledge that we have available to us and being able to create evidence, testing with data to scale up what really works and focus on experimental development, agile and good implementation with different mechanisms. For example, innovative public procurement, doing design sprints every week, intensive to have different solutions, or hackathons for public servers, just to mention some. But we must be aware that innovation, to be sustainable, must consider at least 4 levels. We've seen this based on experience. All of these models that I'm presenting were not developed in theory, but based on practice. And together, the information and knowledge was packaged, and we needed to innovate the strategy on how we approach this as an institution and care manners, and we need to strategies and services and operation and organization. That is in the kitchen of public service. Change management, new roles, new institutional architectures, and the challenges at state level for this decade key to develop sustainable development to really meet the SDGs. There is only 7 years left. We have at least 4. Have a routine established, cross-cutting. This cannot be something of just one innovation agency. This must be cross-cutting to all full public administration at subnational level as well. A far more autonomous civil registry service promoting public and private partner collaboration. The role of the civil society is key in this. Chile has a major capillarity of NGOs. All of this must be user-centric. They receive or benefit from and also provide a service. And to conclude and leave you with a few unanswered questions, I think that based on the experience, not only in Chile, but at Latin American and global level, in public innovation laboratories are not just a mechanism, but you have the ministries, such as the planning ministry, that could play a key role. First of all, understanding planning in a far more dynamic and agile manner, also incremental, but understanding that it is necessary to design and follow up the national strategy. This cannot be something owned by a political color or group, but rather the state. And Chile, this has crossed over three government terms. So we need to break the silos. And that is the basis for intersectoral coordination, and that allows for a better citizen service, a more fully linked public service. If you have 100 services split up into 10 different ministries, we have an issue unless you coordinate. And third, develop measurable standards. How do we measure organizational culture? How do we measure institutional capacity? The delivery service standards, user satisfaction, and citizen trust. As you said at the start, this is a mean to improve citizen trust and re-legitimize democracy. Until finally, and with this I close, these innovation spaces must be understood as tools useful to revitalize our democratic institutionality, to make it more legitimate, effective, and at the end of the day, to create a better well-being for the population at large. And here a few questions so that we may answer in the panel. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Román, por esa introducción.
Thank you, Roman, for that introduction to the panel, motivating for our discussions. And now I would like to recognize Marlon Andrés Navarro, Vice Minister of National Planning and Economic Policy of Costa Rica. Good morning, and thank you. I don't know if my presentation is available. Yes? Well, to go kicking off. The issue of innovation in services in Costa Rica is quite an issue, and that has been, right from the start of the government of President Rodrigo Chavez, a task for the minister and the entire Mideplan ministry and team. It is something that was urgently needed. It was a priority in Costa Rica. Our institutionality is strong, however, it's lost that citizen trust. And so the task is to return this trust to citizens, above all, achieve tangible scores in the short term, and which is what we're seeing to now. In the last 2 months, there were two very important events. The first was November the 24th, within the cooperation framework of the UN for Sustainable Development in Costa Rica. In this picture, you can see the President Don Rodrigo and his entire team at the UN. This was a public school in the sense of the relevance for education, and hence the symbol of the country's commitment to SDGs, and above all, that in our National Development Plan and Public Investment for 2023-2026, SDGs are a priority.
All the ministers and autonomous institutions, municipalities, universities, all of them are involved in SDGs, and it's one of the essential points of the processes to be implemented in the next 4 years. But it's not only the next 4 years, it's a 2030 agenda that we have committed to strengthen. Last years of pandemic, well, many resources were allocated to other priorities, but in the next 4 years, and after that as well, the idea is to continue strengthening the SDGs. This is the National Plan of Development. On behalf of the Minister, special greetings. she joined or she took office mid-December, and it's a very important task to promote this that I will show. At the institutional level, we have a minister and deputy minister, but with the state reform, gave the position of vice minister to Mr. Duro Bang for in charge of state administration and state reform. One of his reflection is the world has been created to be recreated. Public administration as a juridical creation to promote the well-being of the inhabitants of the Republic and must be recreated by the dynamism that characterizes its nature. The secret of being fully enforced institutions of the administration, the idea is to be recreated every moment. If it is to be healthy, it is to recover governance, increase and strengthen the promotion capacity of the state and institutions, and promote national development and common well-being. The idea is to once again generate public value for the citizens. This subject is of great importance and priority for the President of Costa Rica and for us in Mideplan. A new strategy we have that is to guide the process of modernization and organizational reform of public administration under a systemic approach, gradually, integrally. It's going to be a priority for the state and for Mideplan. The potential growth and development of this strategy. The purpose is to guide this with, as I said, a systemic approach in order to improve the elements. And we have a law, national planning law, that provides us all the strength to guide this process. We have the legal support and that of the ministers in order to develop this process. And now going into the subject of this strategy, it includes 4 elements: institutional modernization, innovation of public services, evaluation, improvement of institutional design, and improvement of the executive branch politically. The idea is to explain, inform to all the ministries, all the public sector, how this process will be developed in the coming months. Strategic actions is institutional design, that is conduct research and analysis designed to improve the design of the organizational structure. We have spoken yesterday and today in that we have models, we have observatories, we have studies, but we need to reach an objective, reach a tangible product. Roman was saying that there should be a change in the value of public service. And for people to touch that, to perceive that, we have made a mistake in Costa Rica, where all the studies were left in a document, in a drawer, but we didn't implement that. We need to implement the product for people to see it, to touch it, and to trust us. Now, then the other axis is organization, institutional modernization, conduct a study of all the institutions and detect those points where we can provide improvement and inform all the ministers in that the changes should be conducted internally with the support of Mideplan. Then there is another axis, which is improvement and innovation of public services. We have a technical secretariat of controllership of services. With that, we can capture all the comments, suggestions of the citizens and transform that into a product and suggestions for change. And also the other axis is a strengthening of the executive branch there has been experiences internationally that without the coordination and the head of the executive, legislative and judiciary, without the coordination of the three branches, we cannot achieve a product for everyone to see it. People need to see a short term, a change in the short term. The idea in Costa Rica is to do this. We were in the Legislative Assembly last week explaining this model, and deputies said, yes, let's move forward. You can count on us. So that integration of the different branches, different powers, and decision makers of the country to provide a real, tangible product. And what is it that we have achieved now? And related to SDGs, all the institutions here that you can see, Ministry of Livestock and Agriculture, Ministry of Commerce and Trade, Public Works and Transportation, Science and Technology, Finance, Housing, Justice, Senada, Senasa, Science, Ministry of Labor, Firemen. All these institutions, public institutions, provide service to people. So these proposals of administrative reorganization were studied by me, the plan, endorsed and have been implemented with a tangible change in those services provided by all these institutions in sync with the SDGs. For example, Public Works and Transportation provide transportation of quality and mobility to persons of quality. INA, which is also training in education. As I was saying, this is the administrative part, which is reorganization of services and internal structures. However, the challenge we have is where we are achieving progress is in the legal part, which is to reform and change institutions legally. For example, in Public Works and Transportation, they are decentered or decentralized bodies, and therefore the idea is to bring them under the minister. And what has caused this is like a dissemination of functions, and usually many of them lost. People of Costa Rica, they want highways, just like the colleague of Paraguay was saying. For example, public-private partnerships. This is a decision and a project we are developing, but we don't come to agreements. The minister doesn't have the power or the strength to develop those projects. With this, now we want to have this powerful. IMA, it's providing assistance to those most vulnerable. It's to provide change in structure for the executive president to adopt direct decisions that have a positive effect and impact on people. Housing ministry, there are needs of housing, but there are 3 institutions and 1 bank in this ministry that they really don't come to agreement. So there should be 1 single ministry, Mi Habitat, where financing decisions are made and with projects that will be fruitful. MINAE, Ministry of the Environment and Energy, as you know, Costa Rica has one of its priorities, environmental protection, but there is a rectorship and deconcentrated bodies that have adopted the control of different areas of national parks, of projects, and therefore have prevented the adoption of development projects. There has to be a balance between environment and development. But now we don't have development and we don't have empowerment and protection. So we need technical support for real, actual decisions and implementation. Traffic or transit, traffic and police. The idea is to have a unified police to provide integral, comprehensive service. For example, a traffic policeman cannot detain or arrest a person. So the idea is to have integration so as to have complete service. At Ministry of Public Education, it's also one for us. These are 90,000 educators And it's complex. And also the pandemic has caused serious problems insofar as the development of education. So there has to be guidance where education, which is the pillar and a source of development, knowledge, and opportunities for persons to truly once again have an impact as it did have it years ago. It doesn't have, it hasn't declined the quality, but there are indicators that really force us to make changes. A Ministry of Governance and Police, it's something that had nothing. So everybody wants to do away with it. But yeah, and also to really delete certain bodies that are providing no public value to persons. And 2018, there's another agency there, and projects 22470, which is public investments. Well, we have a system that only comprises only 40%, and we want to reach out to 95% of investments with an investment bank and projects. And the other project is 23,214 in media plan, where we are asked about an institution. Our view is not binding. With this bill, changing the law, we want it to be binding. So any modification will go through us so as to avoid a problem of duplication of functioners or replication of institutions that have been created in Costa Rica. As I was saying, all of this reaches out to SDGs, the president, the minister, and all the ministers. We have been only 8 months in government. We have as a priority these 17 goals. In Costa Rica, yes, but I wouldn't say one is more important than the other. They all are equally important for us, and we are focused in providing support. In the National Public Investment Plan, there is budget allocated to reach to these SDGs, and international cooperation also has allowed us to have a focus on that. And I would like to conclude by telling you that, and I said that before in some fora, in that we cannot be islands within a state structure. If we think as islands, the comprehensive integral development of the country will get nowhere. And we have reached that decision in Costa Rica. Yes, we are on the right track. Of course, we have many, many challenges. If we see a study of SDGs, there are many things to be improved. But the road is to have a common objective among all of us, with political differences, of course, that is normal, but we are all fully minded in that to have one single country, persons at the center, and this public value of services is to be seen by people so as to once again regain trust, and thus we can have a tangible product and that they can have confidence. Without this achievement, it's difficult for a country to move forward, and we are on that line to achieve integration of all units of the state. And what's the purpose? Persons. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Vice Minister. Undoubtedly, a healthy public administration is a key aspect when it comes to governance. Now, I would like to offer the floor to Dr. Giovanni Peirano, who accompanies us as from Peru. Can we be linked up with Dr. Giovanni? He is the president, the chair of the board of directors of XVII. Can you hear me properly? Yes, we hear you well, but we can't see you. Now we can see you. Okay, thank you very much. Good morning. Thank you for enabling me to participate in this very important meeting and to be with our peers in the region. In Peru, we're introducing some innovations despite the structural situation, the specific situation that we're experiencing now. First of all, can you confirm whether you can see my slide? Yes, perfectly. Okay. Clearly, when we talk about planning and development, I would say that we would also have to talk about innovation. As was mentioned during the first presentation, I would like to talk about an issue, thinking outside of the box. We're indeed asked to plan development with rigid linear tools for a dynamic which is very complex and which is very dynamic. In other words, with a linearity, we want to resolve the circular nature of this problem, and therefore dealing with this issue implies that we're talking of public policies and public values. But public policies are good wishes in order to resolve public issues, and therefore I ask myself, in view of the very valuable presentations that we have heard, and with which I fully agree, how much is a desire and how much is a reality when it comes to public policies. In the Peruvian case, a public policy is 10% of a good intention that can be crystallized, and the other 90% involves administrative aspects, which is what is implemented. It has to do with budgets, of course, with investments systems, with supply systems, with human resources systems, with planning systems, which is the issue that I will be discussing as a leading administrative entity with the management of the state and the multiple presidential systems within our Latin American and Caribbean region. But the challenge is, how can we introduce change? And my reflection, before we can move on to innovations in Peru and in CEPLAN, is to think of a paradigm that is much more multidisciplinary in nature and even interdisciplinary and even transdisciplinary. And I say this because we have all suffered from the pandemic, and without internet, sometimes many value chains and thus a lot of social and family subsistence would simply have not been able to develop. But within Peru, because we must remember that the Peruvian ecosystem is highly complex, because it is not only mega diverse, which means that in geographical terms it is very varied, and therefore the cost of implementation is higher than in other horizontal and flat latitudes. So this is an old country where the pandemic in rural areas work with circularity for millions of years. They are not predators of the ecosystem, but they have biotic ecosystemic balances, and that has an impact on subsistence because being Andean and being also having an Amazon region, people in Peru design their homes, they produce their clothes, they plant and harvest their food, and so it's a circular economy. And sometimes we view this as underdeveloped, but when we talk about circularity and SDGs, I ask myself whether within that conceptual and ontological genome we can that we have something there that can be rescued, because they have existed for millions of years, and our models are much more predatory, and only 20% is recyclable, but out of that, only 5% can be reused, and therefore this model faces a crisis. I mention that because if we don't think outside the box, we're always talking about the long term, but I believe that innovations indeed require looking a wider-ranging perspective. Not everything is rational. A lot of that, as mentioned beforehand, when it comes to the management of change, we must mention that neurosciences are making an interesting contribution. And out of 65,000 thoughts that we have every day, 3 to 5% are new. The others are old thoughts. And therefore, how can we introduce change? And how can we introduce macro changes? That's from public administration, which at the end of the day is a technocratic island. It is always rational. And I would say to all my peers that if we don't have dopamine and amorphine in our actions, in the way in which we communicate, these are simply actions that generate a high implementation cost. And that is why I talked about the complexity and the transdisciplinary nature of this. In Peru, we're not a ministry, we're a specialized technical system, which is cross-cutting to all levels of government, but we are making certain efforts. In CEPLAN, when we ask ourselves, And this is one of the major guiding principles. What are the experiences when it comes to innovation? I believe that it's clear when an administration begins or whenever there is a significant change, that is when we have to innovate and make changes. And when we're asked about the main enabling factors and the ones that hinder innovation, we must also understand with critical thinking that the bureaucratic system is highly legal in nature and that is highly discretional. On the part of the official that is dealing with that, but that is a paradigm of illustration, and that paradigm was regulated in bureaucratic terms from a top-down hierarchy in areas where the first revolution had not even taken place, and now we are experiencing Society 5.0, the fourth industrial revolution, and so on. And therefore, complex and dynamic systems that we want to plan in order to reduce gaps and all that is synchronic, and we need the synchronicity of information to make decisions now and not with data from last year. And that is what CEPLAN is doing. CEPLAN has launched the 2050 plan that replaces the bicentenary plan, which was a strategic national development plan for the state as a whole. We see a comparison with a region. We have gone beyond our time horizon because we have dealt with the first question: when could Peru consider itself a developing country if it's the macro structure of macro economy in Peru and the political area aspects and social aspects enable that. And this guiding document must be mainstreamed to all levels of government. And when we talk about how to make a leap from pilot experiences to the introduction of the whole public apparatus, we speak of the concept that has been acknowledged in all presentations, which is stability in senior management to stabilize innovation. If we don't have a stability in terms of leadership, another person will come, another director will come, another official will come, and things change. And this happens in Peru because it's a very heterogeneous country with countless languages. And then we need to measure public resources. All changes imply limited budgets, highly finite, but the needs are infinite. And we also need adequate HR, and we need to program with what is easier so that we can get to the most complex parts. And I will exemplify some of the aspects that we're developing in CEPLAN to periodically report about the Congress, the progress that has been achieved in order to produce macro dopaminic changes, as I call them. The idea is not only to produce regulations and directives, because nobody wants to change their day-to-day activities or to alter the cost of innovation. Everyone wants to be more comfortable. The brain tries to limit any action, and they want to receive pleasure rather than change. And therefore, if we make a change or an innovation that does not generate a dopamine, that is not playful, that is not interesting, that is not implemented, and that is well, I believe that is the recipe that simply doesn't work. In Peru and in CEPLAN, we're working with dashboards with traffic lights so that ministers, at CEPLAN has the rank of a ministry, can easily view on a monthly level the evolution of their physical and financial goals. And the physical goal is to bridge gaps of their respective sectors, ministries, and so on. And in financial terms, to see how the execution is faring in terms of the budget. If we execute a budget between green and yellow, that doesn't necessarily imply that we are bridging the gaps. And therefore, this is a progress that we are introducing as from the plan as a control dashboard that on a monthly level will be received by all ministries, but will also be received by authorities at a subnational level. When we are asked how to strengthen innovation capabilities, for example, to establish this within the public apparatus today and tomorrow, we cannot force technical tools in digital aspects. We find that digitalization and not IT, which is different, digitalization synthesizes and drastically reduces the costs of gaining access to a tool. There are some tools that require training because they are better, but nobody wishes to receive that training because they were already feeling comfortable with the old tool. And so once again, we have to remember that rather than being rational, we are omnivid, and therefore we don't create that public dopamine such as Facebook, TikTok, and other social media. We don't reinforce the transitional change that we desire for a more efficient and effective task. The second point is that officials must be protagonists and not the owners of their ministerial mission, and therefore that official must in turn promote, modify at a macro systemic level the change that takes place. The change will never come from the high authority from a type of old bureaucratic pyramid. And therefore, this has to be organic, highly resourceful, and everyone from citizens and officials must foster this change. And the third point is that we must have a tremendous party, so to speak. We're always dealing with compact, closed systems, but the dynamic world is outside and never becomes aware of what it is that we're doing. And therefore, what we must do is to refresh so to speak, the living ecosystem that we want to influence. And from CEPLAN, we have these control dashboards that include a behavioral ranking where we will see a competition in terms of who executes a budget best and who bridges these gaps best. And this is viewed by the Council of Ministers, and thus each citizen rewards the minister, and the minister receives an indicator that enables them to develop a narrative of governance because and then this leads to efficiency in management. In CEPLAN, what we're doing is that we are building that ecosystem of research for development, but based on those strategies with universities, so that they may also study SDGs, but also study the 2050 plan. And when we were visited by the Paris mission last April, they mentioned that Peru is correlated in terms of SDGs, and they are implemented in a cross-cutting level through our national and specific objectives. And therefore, both dimensions speak to each other in this global and national dimensions, which has, of course, specificities for Peru. And therefore, research will study the SDGs and the 2050 plan, and therefore, that will be very fruitful. Then what we do in this ecosystem is that evidence for decision-making or for innovation with a high critical thinking will be presented in a Congress, as is well known by Cielo Morales. In November, CEPLAN produced the first planning and foresight Congress, which involved the participation of many countries such as Germany, England, the US, France, Finland, of course, and other countries from the region such as Costa Rica, Chile, Colombia, Mexico, that are much closer to Peru. And we have more than 22,000 people that participated, that were registered to participate. But this was the biggest Congress in the history of Peru. And therefore, this evidence is that officials are very keen to participate and to co-create, which is the term that we have heard during these first presentations. This involved the participation of many countries as participants and not as presenters. And that was the success of developing an event where we'll present. And in CEPLAN, we rewarded the best regional planning level country at a national and local level. And in consequence, this event implies co-creation, implies sharing innovations from top down and from top down and from bottom up. Our systems are highly rigid and bureaucratic, and therefore we want to invert the pyramid, also that the pyramid can be inverted whenever that is needed. What can we do in order to accelerate change and benefit from digital technology to empower people? The territorial approach has to overcome the multi-entity events that we have created with our rigid institutions, and the territorial approach must enable the co-creation and the co-management of the district, provincial and regional authorities in our case, because they share the same territory, and clearly they have a high incentive because they are from different political parties and rivals in political terms, but partners at a territorial level.
So the multidimensional territorial approach with information by month is important for decision making versus the anthropomorphic jurisdictional of authorities that bog down the process and are very subjective based on their interpretation. We've been working for more than 89 levels of the plan and identified in all highly complex territories, and the information layers provide the services so that any planner at any level of government and within Peru may access these same information and so reduce discretionality and be able to implement the policies. We at CA Plan are going from handbooks to digitalization, but breaking away with the cube approach. Information is separated by levels of government. This is highly subjective because everyone shares the same territory. So what we're doing is that, modularly speaking, the information should serve each level of government because there is a constitutional system that separates functions and levels of competence. So all the information must be useful to everyone, and the information is the same for everyone. So what we need is to digitalize our planning service, cross-cutting at different levels of government so that they all have the same information real time. And that is the challenge that we need to develop in terms of big data, and so that decision making may be done sequentially. And this will invigorize the democratic system and add greater political capital, which means public value, which is what we're after. I've tried to be as short as possible. I hope I've not taken too much time. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Peirano. And we're hoping that with this panel, we are contributing to create that festivity so necessary for public innovation. I would now like to recognize Luz Keila Gramajo from Guatemala. The floor is yours. Well, thank you very much and good morning, everyone. I'd like to congratulate Costa Rica and Peru for their work. I've been delighted to hear of your experience and learn from our peers. I will quickly move on to 3 examples of what has been for us our effort to create innovation in public administration. The first is a recent law that simplifies the requirements and administrative procedures and that our Congress passed now. The laws to simplify was passed in 2021 and was a result of the pandemic that we could have all these processes to bring public services more quickly and agilely. As Romana was saying, we have become a microwave culture. So we in Guatemala, we want everything in just 1 minute. And so this simplification has meant that a lot of procedures and red tape have been taken out that are not really necessary. The executive had wanted to do this for quite some time, but there were rules that did not allow it because the laws required X document to be presented in paper or that X requirement be requested. And so this has been cleaned up. Part of this has to do with environmental licenses for hydroelectricity plants, hydrocarbons in terms of health, pharmaceuticals that had additional requirements when they already have the FDA and others, and the health card, the criminal and police history, and the single ID card simplifies that. And so this, how have we done it from the executive? In response to the law, the president created a presidential open government and e-government commission. And this commission comprises SECE Plan, the Ministry of Finance, and the president, with whom we meet every month to see which are the procedures that we could continue to speed up. So this is one of the things, simplifying the requirements and making sure that, as mentioned by Costa Rica, there are many institutions that need to be reorganized. And so we have cleaned up some secretariats and institutions that did not have an observed impact and added value to citizens. And so it has been possible to save resources in that way. The second thing I would like to mention is automation of processes. The pandemic has also allowed us to do everything online. So make sure that most services may be done online. We all know or will soon have the SNP GT system, the National Public Investment Portal with more than 8,000 projects every year, and that are geo-referenced, and you can filter by layers until you identify the projects with photographs, drawings, the physical and financial information, and users can access all of this information. And likewise, we've launched another 10 transparency portals for loans, NGOs, to make sure that citizens have all information on the public budget. But what we want is to make known the platform to report to contributors, and that Chile has done this very successfully. The Sicopera platform, where we have the map of national cooperation and a municipal ranking that allows you to measure local government management or administration, and all of this is available digitally. So local governments can compare among each other, and as the colleague from Peru will say, this creates dopamine and the self-realization of civil service because they like to compare each other. What is the reward? No more than that. It is a positive incentive that leads to an externality in public administration. Likewise, we have a few other platforms that have been launched and that allow citizens to access quickly and on a timely basis. A lot of the bonuses given out during the pandemic were done online, such as the social bonus, directly linked to the DPI and charged to the electricity bill. And third, the thing I would like to mention is the quality management system and quality in all processes. This is an example of how we use a methodology that I will once again thank Lipes because they assisted Guatemala as well as in many other processes. And this was the barometer plan, which we have used for 3 or 4 tools. One is the index of the performance of governors and ministries, it says here, but it's really ministers. And this is an index that the president uses in his cabinet and that allows this healthy competition. Although always the bad guy in the film is Sergio Plan because they gave the president the information. But this has led to this competition among them and allows a healthy competition in being each time more innovative and better quality. And administrative, administration, financial administration, but also citizen information and several other variables as well. In Guatemala, we have 22 governors who are the representatives of the president at department level, and they have a number of institutions in their charge at department level. And so the governor performance is also measured. And likewise, we use the plan barometer methodology to measure what is being done because many institutions before paid no attention to planning because this was merely something to be met. They abided the strategic plan, but now it is not only a descriptive assessment, but also a quantitative assessment that weighs them and compares them to others. And this has encouraged the improvement in terms of the quality of planning, which we know is extremely important in order to achieve sustainable development and create the path that we are walking. So these are the 3 topics that I wanted to mention and take the opportunity to tell you that Guatemala is today being heard by the law on constitutional points for public management and administration. We've talked to many of you, but we already have a law on planning and a ministry of planning. In Guatemala, we have a secretariat to support what is done by the president, but it works as a planning body. It is necessary to formalize this because there's coordination with all other ministries, the autonomous and decentralized ones as well. But the formality of the matter, we do not have that power. And so what we need is the authority that many enjoy and the authority with which the vice minister said we're going to mandate the institution. And So the Congress is about to pass the initiative and then move on another 3 steps for it to be implemented. And so we're learning from each one of you. I'd like to say that through ELPIS, we've learned about many of your institutions, and we've learned from the structure, especially Costa Rica, in order to implement it within the new planning ministry in Guatemala, and also creating the Guatemaltecan Cooperation Agency and a cooperation school. This is the long-term approach that leads to operational planning that can be linked to budgets. As you can see, here we have Seke Plan quite small and finance is big. And I asked the diagrammer, why did you put us in here so small? And he says, well, because that's how it is, because at the end of the day, it is the Ministry of Finance that decides where the resources are going to be placed. So what we need is to ensure that the chain plan budget is ensured for the good of the country in order to achieve sustainable long-term development for all Guatemaltecans. Thank you. Thank you very much, Secretary, for that presentation and your examples that are so innovative on how to go thinking outside the box. I would now like to recognize Wayne Henry from the Institute of Planning of Jamaica. Dr. Wayne, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Moderator Valeria. I recognize Chairman Minister Alexander and Cielo Morales, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, my distinguished panelists, good morning. Jamaica is seeking to adopt a whole of government approach to public innovation with the Ministry of Finance and the Public Service, the Planning Institute of Jamaica, and the Cabinet Office, serving as drivers of public innovation. The public value that is to be created is captured in the 21-year Vision 2030 Jamaica National Development Plan, with efforts to create a more institutionalized and enduring approach to establishing and communicating public value through building the state architecture and infrastructure for integrated results-based management, which includes results-based planning. Importantly, these efforts are driven by principles aligned to the Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, with sustainability, inclusion, and equity serving as the underpinning for transformation, transparency, and accountability. What are the drivers? Some of the drivers of public innovation for our National Development Plan, Vision 2030. The long-term results-based national development planning is implemented through the plans of ministries, departments, and agencies, and other partners in development, and has promoted greater coordination, coherence, and consensus on the needs for the framework and tools for continuous improvement. The implementation of a sustainable and inclusive national development has been proven to require continuous innovation, agility, and adaptation in how government functions and engages its partners in the national development process towards achieving the national goals and the SDGs. We mentioned that we implement the SDGs in Jamaica through our long-term national development plan, which is over 90% aligned with the SDGs. Also, ongoing public reporting on national development performance promotes accountability from ministries, departments, and agencies through exposure to performance data against national targets, and also promotes improvements in how government functions and delivers in response to feedback and demand from the public. Interestingly, thirdly, a driver of public innovation is the shortfalls in budget resources and limits in fiscal space within a context of strict adherence to fiscal responsibility rules and a low debt appetite has resulted in increased public sector innovation towards achieving national and global goals. Fourthly, the increased promotion of national and global coherence in development goals and planning has widened the audience and stakeholders demanding improvements in development performance and particularly government effectiveness when global partnerships are integrated with demand and innovation is promoted and accelerated. And finally, the 2008 global financial crisis and the COVID-19 pandemic highlighted systemic, structural, and institutional vulnerabilities and risks to development with governance and leadership solutions required from government. The challenges also spurred innovation, demonstrating that necessity remains a driver of innovation. Some enablers of public innovation, a culture of evidence, idea creation and knowledge construction, and integrated planning, implementation, financing, and monitoring and evaluation, and broader evidence generation promotes improved relevance of development interventions and efficiency and effectiveness. Integrated results-based management, that's the policy planning, budgeting, implementation, and monitoring and evaluation, and integrated data planning and management systems. There has to be a clear distinction and articulation of functionary objectives and development objectives. There's participatory development processes where partnerships not only widen the pool of resources and talent, but also promote wide-scale stakeholder buy-in, improved communication on development to different stakeholder groups, and helps to increase trust. And fourthly, there's technology. There needs to be technology enablement and inclusion. What are some of the barriers to public innovation? Innovation needs tools to work, but starts with ideas, values, norms, attitudes, which are translated and infused in policy, planning, and institutional processes. And if there's this absence of this culture of innovation, that can hinder public innovation. Two, if there's insufficient identification or communication of objectives, goals, and targets, that can hinder, again, public innovation. If there's insufficient knowledge and understanding of the composition and nature of the workforce in the public sector, which impedes effective workforce development and staff redeployment. I think Roman spoke to that, building capacity in the public sector. If there's a lack of short-term, short, medium, and long-term costing of development programs, and results-based budgeting will lead to inefficiencies in the use of limited resources and impede public investments needed to drive innovation. And if there's inadequate performance and results-based management and gaps in data and statistics and information systems. How can we make the leap from the pilot experiences to institutionalization? The government of Jamaica has embarked on several key initiatives which have over time become a part of the fabric of the public sector through utilization of these similar approaches. One, there's a public sector transformation initiative led by the Ministry of Finance and the Public Service and the Cabinet Office, where strategic public sector initiatives largely address policy and planning and the machinery of government, budget and public sector investment and innovation management, and strengthening the capacity of the public sector and service excellence. And these initiatives include the development of an integrated results-based management framework, including an integrated results-based management policy, and the draft document is now being finalized. It also includes a phased rollout of medium-term results-based budgeting across the government, a whole of government approach. It includes a strengthening of results-based national development planning architecture and infrastructure. And a strategic review commenced in 2019 and has informed strengthening of the implementation framework and integration of the SDGs in this framework. And there's also an initiative to develop a roadmap for linking results-based planning and budgeting. Programs and projects underway include a review and update of 31 sector plans presented in 28 sector plan documents. The phased strengthening of the medium-term socio-economic policy framework, what we call our MTF. We measure implementation and monitor our long-term development plan, Vision 2030 Jamaica, through 3-year medium-term socio-economic policy framework. So every 3 years, we do this assessment, which is very consultative. It helps to create, ensure relevance and the current priorities. And you always want to get the views of a broad stakeholder group, youth, the aged, the elderly, the vulnerable, right across. So that's been extremely effective. And we ensure that sector plans are aligned and our strategic plans are aligned to these medium-term frameworks. So the MTF serves as a centerpiece for the implementation framework, and to which planning at the sector and local levels are aligned in implementing Vision 2030 Jamaica and the SDGs. One key initiative is the development of a cost estimation framework to support costing the MTF. The UNDP is currently supporting a consultancy, which includes training and capacity building in results-based costing. And that was held just last month in December. and the development of a manual to guide results-based costing, which will be completed early this year. There's also ongoing development of an integrated evidence and results-based management framework. And finally, there's also the strengthening of data, statistics, and information systems, and integration of data and planning, including efforts to develop a coordinated national statistical system, NSS, the integration of the planning and data functions of government in the budget, and the development of a data for development initiative by the PIOJ, which includes an online monitoring platform to support policy planning and monitoring and evaluation that integrates Vision 2030 Jamaica and the SDGs. The online monitoring platform features a database of social, economic, and environmental indicators and data, an electronic dashboard for monitoring Vision 2030 Jamaica, a local development dashboard, and dashboards being developed to support budget performance in advancing the long-term development plan and SDGs. And finally, the launch of an SDGs dashboard, which took place late last year. How can we accelerate change to harness the digital technologies to empower people and bring governance closer to citizens? According to empirical studies in the US and in the Latin American and Caribbean region, a stronger digital government contributes to an increase in citizen satisfaction with public services. This acknowledgement influenced public sector transformation in Jamaica, which sought to improve the quality and efficiency of public services. PricewaterhouseCoopers PwC has been working with the government on its journey to make Jamaica a digital society through the establishment of a new ICT authority, which will not only provide the digital vision and leadership in implementing the government's ICT strategy, but will also foster collaboration and standardization on ICT innovation across public institutions. As a part of the process, some trends in digital government were identified to foster incorporating digitalization into the local cultural fabric. And these trends should be considered by any government seeking to accelerate change to harness digital technologies, to empower people and bring governance closer to citizens. One, a digital-first mindset, where people are adopting a digital-first mindset and the heart of faster and better service delivery. Two, mobile now, where citizens want to use their mobile devices to access services on the go. Three, what we call omni-channel delivery, where citizens and governments have a single platform on which to communicate on any device. And four, data-driven insights, where government can use data to make better decisions. As we know, data is a big challenge, even in SDG implementation, and we're trying to build capacity in data. We've recently done our second iteration of our state of the climate data for Jamaica, which has been very useful, extremely useful in our advancing our climate agenda and building resilience. Five, tracking and transparency. Access to information and application status will increase transparency and improve service delivery. And six, data privacy and data protection. Government is working to improve and to protect critical data and reassure citizens that their information is secure to build trust. And I always come back to that trust issue. Seven, efficiency, operational excellence and efficiency are important, supported by the right technological tools. And finally, resilience, where digitally enabled governments can be more prepared for and recover faster from natural disasters. When we spoke about vulnerability to climate impacts, one of the conditions we've been trying to grapple with in the Caribbean is how to influence the global community to incorporate climate indices in the lending framework. As you know, all of us know the UN is leading some charges there. And so a model developed by the CDB incorporates vulnerability, a multi-dimensional vulnerability index that looks at speed to recovery among the indicators, which I think is extremely important, because when we begin to speak, yesterday we spoke about economic scarring, and when climate events damage infrastructure in the country, it's not so easy to build back. And as Hugo and myself were speaking yesterday, he was outlining that even as monies come in for recovery, and people think it's really contributing to growth because it's really, the underpinning of apparatus in the country, the architecture is damaged or destroyed, then it's not really growth, right? It's just simply trying to get back to our position. So thank you very much for your time, ladies and gentlemen.
Muchas gracias, doctor Wayne Henry, por
Thank you, Dr. Henry, for the points you've mentioned and bringing to the table the importance of data and of the strengthening of capacities of the officials. And we saw the importance of working not only with those that receive public services, but also those that deliver these services. I will dare take a few minutes so as to give the floor to those delegates that would like to comment. So I offer the floor. The floor is open. Panama, you have the floor. Good morning. To the authorities of the table and participants, we wanted to share some of the benefits that Panama has attained or technology. Of course, there were some untoward impacts because of the pandemic in the economic, social, and public finance. Also, there were some favorable impacts in all that is related to technology. In Panama, we have an entity that is called the National Authority of Government Innovation Services, AIG. During the pandemic, that played a key role in order to face all these adverse impacts. This public entity favorably contributed to increase and improve digital services, connectivity, transparency, and services provided by the public sector to the citizens. I will mention a few platforms and initiatives that were key to face these adverse impacts, and today they are an important tool in fight against poverty and economic policy of social nature. One is digital advance, cash transfers through your ID. To this platform, there was a possibility to make cash transfers to vulnerable population of Panama. During the critical moments of the pandemic, it enabled 2.3 million Panamanians to receive this. An important piece of data is that a great percentage of beneficiaries of this program had never had a bank account. And so, in addition to the economic help, this created a financial culture, and therefore these people then started to have a banking account. As to immunization or vaccination, we had Panama 19, a technological platform with 3 operational modules. 1 for traceability of vaccination, 2 for the registration for vaccination and steps therein. As a result, this program, we were recognized as excellence of the public service on institutional resilience and innovative responses out of this effort. Another important platform we used as a country was XVII platform, which was mainly focusing in education, allowing for academic training from any mobile device. It was created for students to access learning in a fun way. And also, the Starly project was implemented, a platform that took internet to the remotest places of the country with high speed and giving thus access to the vulnerable population for education.
We also developed the program 100% digital coverage, and together with the previous one, this is an initiative that reveals the commitment on the part of the government of Panama, so that all inhabitants in our country may benefit from connectivity. So during the first stage, the government has strengthened the digital infrastructure of 1,000 schools located in remote areas via satellite internet through the Starlink project, which we mentioned beforehand. We also implemented the Listo platform, which is a platform of the Institute for the training and in order to benefit from the human resources. This is something that benefits many Panamanian students with scholarships and enabled what was called the new electronic wallet called Listo, which enables the payment of the student scholarships also using the national ID card. A fundamental platform in our country is the Panama Digital platform, which simplifies and makes various bureaucratic procedures, much more agile. This is an electronic portal where 142 public entities are online. This portal involves various technological platforms, including the ones that we have mentioned beforehand. And a fundamental one is one dealing with open data, where all entities have to provide information on their statistics about their payroll, their budgets, and the information that they generate. For example, in the case of the General Controller's Office, well, the statistical institution has all the statistical. There we can see the traveling expenses of officials and so on. Thus promoting greater transparency in our country. And that goes to another program, which is called Digital Municipalities, so that this transparency may also be promoted among local governments. And it also has everything related to vaccinations and likewise all the benefits provided by the Panamanian government. And the Solidarity Fuel Program is another initiative, another government initiative to alleviate the adverse impact of fuel prices. And this enables the government to control how much is being consumed by citizens and the cost for the public sector and how much is owned to each oil company. And we also have the electronic invoice, which is a technological platform that was launched by the General Directorate for Revenues of the Ministry of the Economy and Finances. And this enables taxpayers to document their transfers, sales of goods and provisional services via an electronic document, which is 100% digital, and that can be sent to the receiver, to the customer via an electronic system. And this enables the taxpayer to issue electronic debit notes, credit notes, export invoices, import invoices, and other normally used documents when it comes to trade. Finally, I would like to mention that all these efforts that we have mentioned, in addition to others, of course, have meant that during the last survey, the last UN survey, it reveals that Panama has gone up 17 positions in terms of electronic, in the index on electronic tools, and has also increased in terms of electronic documents. And this, of course, is an incentive for governments, to be to continue along this road and aligns citizens with the government. That is normally the government, of course, stronger than the common citizen. That is what we want to share with you. Thank you, delegate from Panama, for sharing that progress that you have achieved in your country. Now we would like to offer the floor to the delegate from Argentina. Good morning. I would just like to mention some problems or issues that arise from all the panels in which I participate with regards to public innovation, where all countries are, of course, focusing on improving citizens services for citizens and promoting the digitalization process. But I believe that considering the starting point and certain structural inequalities in our countries, and in addition, pre-existing difficulties when it comes to the organization of the public apparatus, I believe that we would also have to take all that into consideration and to reflect on that and perhaps ask experts what they feel about that. First of all, the risk of this becoming a fetish the risk of making technological processes a fetish. There is an idea that technology in itself, in the construction of the app or in the construction of any digital apps, will in itself lead to resolution, well-being, confidence, and more benefits. But I would say that that depends. If we don't have an adequate control of processes, which is a prior task to the digitalization of the service, the only thing that we can do is to create, make this much more cumbersome. If we digitalize a process that is excessively long, that involves countless useless steps, and that also create a frustration for citizens, especially for that part of citizens that for different reasons, either because of connectivity problems, because all countries are working for 100% coverage, but we're still very distant from achieving that. But also as a result of gaps that have to do with cognitive aspects when it comes to digital aspects, generational aspects. For example, when I arrived in Chile, I had to provide an affidavit for the Ministry of Agriculture, I think. And I did that there because I had connectivity, because I have a good supplier, a supplier that operates in Chile. If I had landed in another country, perhaps I wouldn't have had any connectivity. And because I know how to use those apps, but I can't imagine that there may be older persons that I can think of older persons, for example, that would have been unable to resolve this so quickly. So I warn you about that aspect. There is a strong emphasis in the sense that innovation implies generating these new applications and moving towards digitalization, but leaving behind other more elementary processes that are behind this. And for example, the design of a process for a specific procedure, or the structural problems of gaps, or the training of public officials. The training within this context is a priority, because it's not the same thing to provide a citizen service in digital terms that in face-to-face terms. And therefore, we're thinking of reconversion plans and the training of our officials so that they may be able to better perform that task. And finally, and this is an issue in my country at least, I understand that this is also the case in other countries, we're very aware of the need for the interoperability of databases. Of the state, any state of any of our countries is a major generator of data. They possess that data, and that data is probably fragmented in different databases. And part of the power of each ministry is built in the control of that data, in sitting on top of that data, as we say in Argentina. And the difficulty, which is not only technical in nature, because there are also, of course, technical difficulties, because each one conducts their registration in a certain fashion, and sometimes those administrative records are not compatible in terms of interoperability. But even if we resolve that, because those technical issues can always be resolved, there are others that are much more political in nature, and that have to do with the willingness of those officials to share those databases so that other officials may also gain access to them. And this is an issue that has generated a lot of problems for us, because, of course, everyone resorts to legislation. There's always a regulation related to secrecy of the data and so on. And therefore, and this is, of course, a concern, because we must be able to protect data. But I believe that there is a reflection that goes beyond and that implies a political willingness to do this. And that must be translated into regulations, because if we have data and we cannot transform that into more systematic information, we're certainly not going to be able to scale that up to a certain level of knowledge. And if that happens, we will continue to reproduce with a different format through digitalization the same problems that exist at the very basis of our public administration. Some of them are technical in nature and others are political in nature. Thank you very much for that comment. I would like to say that ILPES will be offering in 2023 a course on digital government precisely aimed at public officials so that we can deal with these issues. I would now like to open up the floor if someone wants to react to what we have heard in 1 minute, because we have to go to a coffee break. If somebody wants to react to what the delegate from Argentina said, Gayla, yes, I fully agree with Christina. We first of all have to simplify processes because the idea is not only to digitalize a process that we are already undertaking in a manual fashion. We have to accompany the digitalization process with offices, specialized offices to cater for users so that people that cannot gain access to internet or disabled people may also receive inclusion and may be accompanied adequately. That is what we have considered in Guatemala, but we're also, of course, very willing to learn from that course that you have mentioned. Thank you, Roman. Yes, also very briefly, I would like to say that I fully agree with what has been said, and I would like to say that the major challenge is how we establish that user-centric culture that simplifies processes, that enables you to understand that technology is an ally, but that doesn't in itself resolve any problem, and that at the end of the day, we must also understand that the simplification or a more friendly state will only occur if, as from the state, we are genuinely able to listen to that need in order to build solutions that are legitimate and at the same time relevant, be they digital or not. Obviously, in 2023, digital aspects will be present at least as a component of a solution, but that is not necessarily, but the comprehensive solution will not necessarily be only digital. It will be a component. And if we look at these different layers of transformation, it will be in the component of the service, of the operation, but not in other areas. So I fully agree with that challenge. Okay, the Dominican Republic has the floor. And after that, Dr. Wayne Henry. Thank you. I'll try to be very concise. We agree that innovation is not only technology. Certainly, there is a bias towards thinking that that is the case. And even for technology to operate, we have to innovate in another more important issue, which is the institutional coordination, among institutional coordination regarding specific issues. Because if I don't train people in educational terms, in technical terms, the technology won't use. We have a national scholarship system in our country via internet to democratize, in inverted commas, the system. But it has not democratized anything because in poorer areas, there is no internet. I speak via internet, but it's only students in the big cities that are, and also to enter internet because they have all conditions, and we're seeking other alternatives. So we're supporting technology with other things, training people in those remote areas so that they can be trained and apply to these scholarships. And the same happens with other aspects, and we need to discuss in greater depth how we can help. And this is an issue that planning ministries have to deal with, how to articulate public management. This is an aggregate value. We have been testing that system. We're working with 8 or 10 smaller projects, but which increase the public value without having to go through the finance ministry to ask for more resources. And that is obviously something that the finance ministry likes because we're not asking for additional money, but we're just saying how we're going to use this money in a better fashion through articulation. And that creates legitimacy for us. And it means that we, in the future, will have a budget for this. Finally, I think we're all innovating around different issues. I was just checking different things that we're doing, and quite frankly, we're working heavily on innovation. And I believe that innovation has to begin with economics and planning ministries that are the ministries that are laboratories, because they don't have to vaccinate every day or provide teaching or building schools, but they're there to think. And therefore, those innovation laboratories thinking about articulation and technology are the ministries of the economy.
And one thing that we would like to get into, I don't know if any other country is doing so. Today, we were talking and saying that innovation should increase public value. What do you calculate as such? What is public value? How much? Not everything can be qualitative, but how do I measure public value? How do I know? How do I compare if it is better to maintain public education or give a subsidy to the private schools for the students? So you take it for granted that there must be in a certain way that it's a right. But in a society such as we have today that is questioning all this, and they ask us, it happens with health. We have public health, but the state itself has the social security system, and the social security system gives people the right to go to the private clinics. And when you see the budget, you say, well, but look, a student in public school today costs me far more than a student in a private school, or possibly, or maybe not. I don't know if it's the case in all countries, but how do you calculate the public value? What happens if I go take the Ministry of Planning out of the equation and let them to plan on their own? What happens with industrial activity if I take out the Ministry for Industry? Is there will energy really come down? Does something come down? What is the value of that? What is the value of my wage or of each one of us if we let things to work on their own? I'm asking you that because I wouldn't like the press to hear what I'm saying. But I think that we should deal with these things with ILPES, because society is not questioning this. Sometimes, as the colleague from Costa Rica says, we're doing away with 18 institutions, but why? But is it because those institutions were not really worthwhile, or is it a matter of calculation? In my country, we have corruption scandals, but nobody is really thinking about the public value. Should I have a ministry for youth or have a youth in all institutions? Should I have a ministry for women or good gender institutions gender units at all institutions? Should I do it one way or another? How do I calculate the public value of an institution? I don't know how to do that. And I put it on the table. Thank you very much, Vice Minister, for that very highly illustrative intervention. Wayne Henry, the floor is yours now.
Thank you. So just quickly, from a colleague delegate from Argentina, though I agree fully that technology is not the panacea. It's an enabler, as we've been hearing, just to enable. And I think our underpinning of enablement is those service excellence, right? So that when persons utilize the technology, if we are delivering services in terms of government, so in the private sector, I think of the customer focus. In a country setting, it really is a citizen who is a client, who is a customer, it's a citizen. So we've been speaking about a citizen-centric governance where we engage persons, where we engage people at the grassroots, people who are on the ground, who knows what matters, who can articulate what matters to them. We've heard of the benefit of engagement, what it means for persons when you do communicate with them. So tremendous insights we've had here. But I want to suggest that once you have that service excellence, a sort of culture underpinning, technology or no technology enables and it helps a lot. But then what it does is that if the technology breaks down and you have to get support, right? If you have to do the manual process, there's an underpinning that the citizen comes first. And from my colleague from DAMREP, I like the intervention. I think one indicator of value would be quality of life. And so as you look at, again, from a citizen-centric standpoint, where you enhance living standards, again, in a country context that says, is this ministry adding value? well, what is its mandate? And the end game is you're enhancing. And sustainable development means we do so without costing, right? It's that balance that you can enable good without costing someone else, but you can have that balance. And I think that's a good, a critical sort of underpinning also, that you say, how do you test? I like the idea I'm hearing from Guatemala and others, where you score ministers, right? Where you give that feedback. And again, in a customer-centric focus, you want to get feedback from the customer. Am I doing what I'm doing? You may think you're doing something well, but it really matters to who you're delivering to, and to get feedback from them. And it can't be every 4 years, every 5 years, you're going to the poll for people to to register results. You have to be able to do that on a continuous basis, and enabling feedback from persons to say, this is not working. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
There are some experiences of measuring public value in the region. I must say that they are high cost, and maybe we could take our conversation to coffee. I would like to thank everyone, and we will resume in the next panel. Very good discussions, and I think that without a doubt that we can continue over coffee. Thank you very much, and see you later.
After the delicious coffee break, we continue with the last panel. This is the fourth panel entitled The Challenges of a New Public Service in the Territory. The idea here is to exchange experiences and ideas on the necessary dimensions for the new public service in the territory. These dimensions have to do with collaboration, with hindsight, innovation, and they can thus get a hold of the territories. We have four experts who will be making presentations on this panel. We will start with the opening remarks, Augusto Carrera. But let me first of all say that Augusto Barrera is the expert. He is a physician, sociologist, formal. He has a master's in contemporary Latin American studies for the Complutense University of Madrid, a master's in political science from Andalusia University, and a doctorate in medicine. He's a physician from Ecuador University. He was the mayor of Quito between 2009 and 2014. He has been a consultant for different international organizations. He was a researcher for Flaxo, Ecuador, and he was secretary of the Higher Education, Science, Technology, Innovation Secretariat. He currently is director for the Center of Knowledge Transfer and Social Innovation from Catholic University, Ecuador. He will be making the initial remarks. And then we will have Jose Agustin Espino on a virtual platform. He is well known by all of us. He is a director of planning from Panama. He's an economist from the Panamanian University with specializations in project formulation and evaluation. He studied at the Latin American Institute for Economic and Social Planning, ILPES, at the onset. He was president of the Panamanian Red Cross. He was director of planning and regional coordination, vice minister of planning and economic policy, vice minister of agricultural development, and to the presidency. He was advisor to the minister of economy and finance between 2019 and 20, and that is when he coordinated the formulation of the government strategic development plan. So this is a man with has a lot of experience and will certainly contribute to this panel. We also have Ms. Granadilla from Cuba. She is from the Planning Ministry of Cuba. She has a master's in economic sciences, an expert in social issues and territorial development, co-author of Basic Tools for the Planner, and she also has 20 years experience in planning national Cuban economy. We'll also have here Adilio Celi, who's Vice Minister of Social and Economic Coordination from Paraguay. He is an economist from Asunción University, has a master's degree in management and public policy from the University of Chile. He has taught at the University of Asunción, Colombia, and sustainable development. He has been an economic consultant of IDB and an analyst and head of the Department of PPPs in the Ministry of Finance. We finally have the delegate from Brazil, Fernando Sertã Mereci. He is an undersecretary of the Pluriannual Plan from the Budget Secretariat in the Economy Ministry of Brazil. He has a degree in economics from the Fluminense University and a PhD in Development, Society and International Cooperation from Brazilian University. He's right now a planning and budget analyst at the Ministry of Economy. He has wide experience in planning, development, public policy, and budgeting. With this fantastic panel, I will immediately give the floor to Augusto Barreras. Thank you, Natalia. I am thankful for the invitation to be here. I appreciate the presence of delegates and those who are following us through virtual means. I will make a brief presentation to set up a framework for the studies and cases we will be hearing about. I am very thankful for this kind of discussion, that is foresight, planning, and territory. Nowadays, when we have a kind of a short-term outlook, it wouldn't be fitting to talk about planning. That is an activity that precedes action and that has in mind the future. As some philosophers talk about the permanent present that dissolves the past as well as the future. And those who formulate policies have a rationale where the reaction is immediate. When we put this in view of uncertainty and complex problems, we are in the midst of dystopia. The political predisposition, not just instruments, in order to face long-term issues is not compatible with a political rationale that requires immediate outcome. So I think that here we're talking about an issue of legitimacy. If that happens with planning and foresight, the same thing goes for territory. We believe that the economy of platforms and globalization make the territory disappear. It seems to me then that that is why we are in a dystopia. Planning, foresight, territory, one wonders what is that for? But in spite of that, let me take a look at three cases. We'll talk about COVID, the conflict map in the continent, and something that is not minor, the urbanization plan that we can recover and bring into present value. COVID brought a completely different geometry that we were used to in the past. The pandemic, indeed, nowadays has been one of the global pandemics. We did have global pandemics before, but they had a certain region. But this has been a fully global pandemic that has a kind of a behavior that respects national borders, that lives mainly in the cities, and that has a social behavior that is clear. COVID is expanded into mainly rich and wealthy strata because these are the ones that travel more. But after a while, it sets residents in the poorer neighborhoods. That is pretty much the geography of COVID's behavior. It's a global urban phenomenon that is disseminated through the sectors of the society that move a lot, that travel. As we know, we have a lot of exchange, but then the mobility and mortality is set up in the less wealthy neighborhoods. Now, we have competencies in our countries. We are going through tremendous conflict between different levels of government in order to look at the political reivindication, who buys the vaccines, who gives out that service, what about the education? Is it national, central? How do you combine the public space and having access to the children when this is something that is national or central? That is, we have a whole series of competencies, and then we have to talk about the space.
There are many vacuums, that is, not only in Latin America. There were conflicts, even legal conflicts between different levels of government regarding competencies vis-a-vis COVID. If you see the map of conflicts of Latin America now, in many cases, there are socio-environmental cases. The mining, oiling industry, old or you have a space and there are territories and cities living in those places. And so you cannot say that there is a spatial and territorial dimension that conflict. Many of the countries do have a conflict there. Effects of climate change have cities, territories, coastal cities subject to flooding, and other areas with serious water problems given the global warming. And then finally, urban development is also very important. Many of our cities grow at this time based on the rationality of private closed urban development, and on the other extreme of society with precarious settlements. Now, if the prevalent trend of urban development is rich urban development on one side and precarious and poor settlements, then where is the city? The urban development model, is it producing city or is it living in herbicide? These three elements, what they try is to provoke the need of recovering the spatial or territorial dimension in public policy. That is the idea, that we are able to analyze that. And I have the impression that this is so. Many authors have worked on this because finally, the life of people is solved in concrete territories, concrete neighborhoods, whether there is access or not to public services. Does it have a network? And there you can build a live project. There you have the coexistence model, socialization of many of the public goods that can be produced only in a collective and territorial manner. So sometimes technological individualization cannot dissolve the fact that these are public goods with a territorial basis. So I think this in general raises a big challenge from a theoretical perspective, but also for public policy developers. Well, there are four aspects I would like to raise. First, how do we discuss now governance? What are competencies? What happens with exclusive competencies? How do we organize the structure of skills or competencies in each country? And how can this be viewed from the perspective of that population? There are many conflicts on this in relation to the subjects I've raised and many others. That competencies model should be clear, predictable, but these episodes about the socio-environmental COVID conflicts and urban development model raise major challenges. We need to rethink the world, the models of governance and competencies. There are countries that are trying to have a greater level of decentralization, providing sovereignty to territories. That sovereignty, which is less belligerent, but it's full of life, that of public space, of egalitarian relationship in gender and international coexistence. Maybe this sounds poetic, but that is the sense of society, of human life. This, of course, has to do with this level of competencies. I think we have lost a lot the connection of inequalities in space. Latin America and ILPES have developed the identification of the disparities territorial inequalities or disparities. The effect of the pandemic exacerbates those disparities. It's difficult to speak about education as a universal right when in several countries, 40–60% do have access or do not have access to connection, and only 40% has a mobile device, and only 10% has the elements for the teaching requirements. So a rural family with one single mobile for 5 persons that cannot download the curriculum for that year. Is that the education we want to provide? No. And of course, then you think this has to be rethought. And the other aspect is one of public capacities. And we have a whole view of these more legal capacities, more administrative, more fiscal. And I'm convinced that the challenges from a context of uncertainty raise new capacities. For example, a tremendous political analytical capacity by governments and local governments. It's not merely the typical regulatory political capacity, it's more local. I think that all this debate between public or private provision of services, water, is it provided by a public or concession company? It's a secondary debate because COVID and these problems raise an absence of social intelligence, the capacity of a reflexive public administration. So it cannot be that we don't have epidemiologists or doing foresight. It is social intelligence that is organized around public good should be heading the states and territories. So that is a tremendous challenge. Now we are doing a study of many cities and comparing the models of governance and how they've reacted to COVID. In some cases, ivermectin was distributed, and in some cases, we were unable to do epidemiological fencing. And in many of our countries, we have a lot of healthy deaths because we were unable to have diagnosis or PCRs. So the question, are we going to have a new pandemic, or do we have learnings regarding that? The other aspect of public capacity is territories. Yes, I believe in this administrative idea, but once again, the territory has to be placed centrally. There are some problems regarding quality of services, and this has to do with the breadth of the public service. Very interesting, the previous table, but we need to understand that the public service is linked to a concept of rights. So although the approach to the user is right, but we need to work based on rights. It's not only that we provide input-output correlation, but also that we provide legitimacy for democracy. That's the small difference of public value versus private. So let us not complain about lack of legitimacy of the democracy if we don't recover the concepts of public service and public value. And then finally, leaderships. What type of leadership? And not only do I mean political leadership, but for example, bureaucracies, insofar as what do they manage? So in sum, I think the discussion on the arrangements of multi-level governance, the update of the concept of public capacities, the type of approach we have for service, and finally, the nature of the different players are questioned now in order to enter an adequate cycle regarding territories and equalities. Thank you. Thank you, Augusto, for this excellent presentation. and thoughts on this update of thoughts. Now we are virtually connected with Jose Agustin Espino for his presentation. Good morning. Yes, for me, it's an honor to be participating. I'm sorry for not being present there for reasons of health, but I'm here. And why? Because I subscribe totally the presentation of Dr. Augusto Barrera. The challenges of territorialization or territories vis-a-vis central power. That means that central power has to cede power, give out power, and there in distributing power or allowing for more power to the territories, adjustments, important adjustments must be made in connection with what the peoples will need in municipal instances or municipal councils and in the structuring of the executive and legislative branches. We've been speaking with a language that is quite sophisticated, but unfortunately, our politicians do not understand that. They do not understand. What they are doing is basically an effort of clientelism. And I imagine that Dr. Augusto Barrera, having been a mayor, knows what that means from the point of view of life, what different community leaders represent in order to get resources, in order to meet the needs in terms of the subsequent elections. In the case of Panama, this subject of territories, this subject appears after 50 years when development planning disappeared, eliminating the Ministry of Planning and Policies and Public Policies. With the disappearance of that ministry, all the structures were dismantled, national, sectoral, and even local. However, the local ones, within the context of territorial development planning or regional, were maintained precariously without having the capacity nor the power to have an influence on the process of public policies. At this moment, we were created in 2021 in February. We are only 2 years old, our institution. And together with the effort of including all these subjects of territory, in January of 2022, the Planning Institute for Development was created. One, the institute with a long-term perspective until 2050, and ourselves at the territorial level, seeing what way or greater periodicity insofar as short and midterm in order to, or our minister complying with the law of social responsibility decides in 2019, as the law says, to create a strategic plan of government. And 2 or 3 key aspects have been highlighted there, dealing with territory. But before going into them, I would like to express that from the point of view of capacities, human capacities, in order to address the process of territories, are scarce. For that reason, we have requested ILPES in a very generous way. ILPES has trained us in the last 2 years in very important subjects.
For example, the issue of the foresight analysis for medium and long-term planning, because foresight implies escaping from day-to-day activities related to finding resources to finance a set of issues that are related to the future. In our case, Panama is a country whereby a foresight analysis and territorial planning implies resolving and homogenizing the development of territories that face a serious problem called macrocephalia in terms of central development, which basically implies relationship and work and services infrastructure. That is the Panama Canal, that is also the ports, the free zone in Colon, and a whole set of other activities that within the interoceanic context and seem to be sufficiently organized have very negative characteristics, and thus there is no adequate relationship between the demands of human resources that these activities may require. And in consequence, there is a disparity in terms of the requirement for human resources trained for the needs of the center versus the training needs that are required by our peripheral areas, based primarily and so far on the agriculture and livestock sector. However, we are now viewing the development of a mining process that implies an urgent need to develop a mining policy, because we have 10 very valuable mineral reserves that could eventually satisfy the need to provide employment if adequate training is provided, because we know nothing about mining, so that people, our workforce, can gain access to that employment in mines. And so that we may have that workforce adequately trained available. A very important issue is the characteristic of the concentration of revenues and its distribution. 80% of the GDP is in the interoceanic region, and within that region, close to the canal on the Pacific side, because on the Caribbean side, we have the city of Colon, which suffers from extraordinary poverty, which is very shameful. We have just concluded, and based on the work that we have tried to launch before we conclude with our organization, an expression of what territorial planning could look like, generating a concept of governance, of participation, of social, entrepreneurial, community sectors involving trade union leaders and all types of popular organizations, an exercise that for 8 months has enabled us until a couple of weeks ago to provide a development plan for the province of Colon, which is a highly conflictive area because of the several aspects that exist there, from the viewpoint of the level and the scope of canal activities in that area and of the free zone in that area, in contrast with what happens in the regions along the coast that are devoted to tourism, whilst the southern coast is devoted to agriculture and livestock activities, and where we find a factor that we have often spoken of, where we often speak of territories as a physical space, but we don't realize that on top of that physical space, there is a psychosocial nature of human beings. We cannot, for example, establish uniform regulations on a group of people who are Afro descendants compared to a different group of people who are of indigenous background. Our offices, in order to manage that, have 10 provincial offices, 4 offices that are of a smaller territorial unit, and we must mix all that in something that extraordinarily important, which is something that we are undertaking with ILPES, and that is the design of a territorial development strategy based on the potential that that territory has, so that that could eventually create the human resources requirements that that territory requires. But that, in addition, implies being able to establish the consumption of the territory, so that we are not only able to preserve it, but also to enhance that undertaking conservation and protection means of that natural resource. We have just touched upon the implications of climate change on our territory. In our case, and as an example, we have to envisage that in the next few years, we must mobilize around 60,000 people to the territory of the Wuna population. This is an indigenous population that live in Caribbean, that live on Caribbean islands. However, when I have discussed this with them, they are still unclear on how this transition from the islands that they have historically inhabited will take place, so that they can move on to the mainland. When I speak of the mainland, so they would be moving from the islands to the mainland. And so we are undertaking that effort, which is limited as a result of lack of human resources, sufficiently trained, so that they can adequately manage foresight perspectives, and also to be able to deal with socio-political aspects that are important for the population without leading to conflicts. And in that sense, the minister has given us the task to contribute towards a solution of problems. And because conflicts, in order to prevent conflicts in specific regions. And what is the conclusion that I have drawn from all this? Well, in addition to being technicians in terms of foresight, or technicians in terms of planning, or to be knowledgeable in the development of projects, or experts in each one of the aspects related to the territorial development process, we must above all be people that are sensitive to the needs of people and to how they express that. I like the concept that has been mentioned, but by the fact that we have had significant development through the creation of IT platforms. but most people do not perceive that that exists. First of all, because many of those services do not reach them because there is no capability on the part of internet networks to reach those territories, and therefore the authority dealing with territorial development, which is the entity that observes what is happening in the territory, and the institute capable of analyzing foresight issues can start to design a vision for the future that can increasingly deal with the emerging problems that arise in our country. There is a very important issue that has been mentioned in the documents that were distributed, and I relate it to scalability. We have, for example, an executive that is excessively strong from the viewpoint of the fact that he or she controls the lack of government concentration in provinces, and that has meant that the representatives of various institutions and ministries, autonomous entities, and so on, have no significance or institutional or political value, so that they can eventually cater for the demands of the community, because every time a problem arises within communities, they have to resort to the central level, something that could in the past be resolved at a local level, because there had been a political decision in the 60s that the representative minister in the province was a person that had to manage all the information related to state resources and the services that the government was providing to that territory, and was accountable to existing political power in terms of what could eventually happen with the services that were provided. We have a problem, for example, with regards to the legal regulations that exist linked to the management of the Provincial Coordination Council, which involves the presence of every institution. This is an assembly of the directors of these institutions, because the governor does not understand that we are not in the provinces to lend vehicles and staff to distribute aid, but rather to view what will happen after that aid is provided and after that aid concludes. And therefore there is a conflictive situation there, because the governor has been given a capacity and a power to decide in which direction efforts should be directed of the technical council, including the provincial director. On top of that, we find our process of coming closer to municipalities. The whole municipal, local, and provincial regime is an outdated system that has been impacted by a destabilization law, and the only thing that it does, instead of creating competencies so that municipalities may be able to provide services to the population, what that land law has done is to create a client-based culture when it comes to the revenues obtained from different taxes in our country. Those are the challenges that lie ahead for us. And I would like to thank and invite ILPES to continue to support us with this experience that entails a transformation in Panama of the way in which we're going to, first of all, deal with the problem of with the problem of concentration of economic and development activity in the interoceanic region in order to provide a greater value to other areas of our country. Today, thanks to the contribution made by ECLAC and Mexico, we have been able to rescue and bring to this discussion a concept that was lost along the way, and that is the concept of rurality that had been simply lost. It wasn't in the process because it was included in what was called the development of the agriculture and livestock sector. No, there is something which is called rural territory where we undertake different types of activities.
And so, as a rural person, this cannot disappear. I do not want to extend myself too long because these are notes and experiences that I'm trying to convey for the youth that are still have this process ahead, and innovation that is allowing us to reflect as we're doing with ILPES based on our reality and how we could possibly arrange a national system for territorial development to work as a system, but not only for us, but to include in all other institutions to see what is the singularity of the nature of an entity created within the Ministry of Economy and Finance that is called territorial development. Thank you very much, Jose Agustin. As always, it is a pleasure to listen to you speaking of the population and productive concentration in Panama. That is not that different from the rest of what happens in the Latin American region and the strategies to turn around these inequalities. And now, yes, we will hand over to Vice Minister Mildred. Well, greetings to everyone once again, and thank the authorities and ILPES for the invitation and the possibility of sharing our experience in terms of governance and decentralization for territorial development in our country. And we would like to present the experience that we're beginning now with an articulated platform that is known as PADIT, and that we have developed together with the UN agencies, but that is already been set up in the country as a government policy in order to move ahead in territorial development. Very interesting what was presented by the previous colleagues, and we have so many points in common in terms of the challenges in both in our country in order to move ahead with development based and government policies. Could you set up my presentation, please? It's coming.
Ya, perfecto, vamos.
Right, perfect, thank you. Slowly but surely. And so territorial development in the country is really based on documents that are guides of the government. Based on the development of our economic and social model, we have a national plan for economic and social development until the year 2030. And that also is based on guidelines of the economic and social policy of the party as well as the revolution. And it's very relevant on how the current constitution, which was updated in 2019, provides a different role to the municipality, autonomy in the use of its resources, but in order to move ahead on the territorial development and development of the country. And as so, in 2020, based on discussions inside as to what territorial development really means, how would we develop our territories? Which is the way? What is the concept that we were going to strengthen as a government in order to move ahead in this direction? We passed a one policy to further territorial development that was referendum via a decree and various other regulations that include financing and an understanding as to which are the strategies that we really want to be implemented at territorial level. And so we must say that Cuba did a referendum and committed to implementing the 2030 Agenda and its goals. We have a national group for the implementation of the 2030 Agenda with 4 ministries that are pillars in this process in our country and that undoubtedly do connect to the National Plan for Economic and Social Development, but that involves our territories. Although this is one of the main challenges in terms of implementation. And so with adoption and meeting of the 2030 Agenda, we must say this is a state commitment that is a priority in the country, that there is a responsibility towards sustainable development of all nations and cooperating. We are actively offering, together with other states, offering our solidarity based on the experience that we have implementing our strategy. And then, in relation to the appropriation of the gender at territorial level, we must add that local governments for us are essentials in promoting a sustainable and inclusive development at territorial level, accompanied by a process of strengthening capacity building, partnerships, so that this is not merely a replica of what is done centrally, as our colleague from Panama was saying, which does happen, at the territorial level. When they see the projection of what happens in the center, they want to be able to implement this at local level, but each territory has its own particular features, their own endogenous resources, and different processes that they can mobilize based on their development, and that is what we are calling with the appropriation of the 2030 Agenda, as well as the implementation of our National Economic and Social Development Plan until the year 2030. So in this process, the connection between the central government and communities is essential. So an essential role is played by integration, participation by all entities that, based on their strategic lines, must contribute to the development of our territories. And what is the greatest concern that what could not happen in this process is for central governments with their strategic line, they overload one municipality because that sort of territorial development would be very difficult to manage. Having so many national strategies from different viewpoints, higher education, industry, health, and so many sectors that are key to the future of of our country. So this mechanism for coordination necessarily has to do at national level, provincial level, local level, with the active participation by governors and regional intendants. And so that the municipalities conduct the economy and planning, yes, but they must mobilize all territorial agents, universities, research centers, and other institutions that without a doubt do contribute to the strategic lines to move ahead in the development of our territories. And of course, with an integrated approach, a multidimensional approach, interinstitutional, interdisciplinary, that will contribute to the local development with that approach sustainable development. The system of work that we have designed as government ever to implement the national plan for economic and social development until the year 2030 with its strategic pillars, being socialist, effective, efficient, and social integration. And in the programs has one thing to territorial development. And under this program, we have several projects that without a doubt were bet in favor of developing competencies at territorial level and moving ahead in the economic and productive development of our territories based on the strengthening of capacities at territorial level and financing development at local level. And so it is necessary to have this integrality, complementation between national planning and territorial. What we're saying is that at national level, we are moving ahead and implementing the National Plan for Economic and Social Development with its strategic pillars, with indicators and targets, but at provincial level, there must be a development strategy for provincial level, which is not the sum of the strategies of the municipalities that make up the province, but rather at provincial level, it is necessary to do an assessment of which are the main challenges based on the vision to be achieved in terms of development in the province. And then at municipal level, we're also waging in favor of, and all municipalities already have the development strategies passed based on what we have conceived at the national level, which is the vision that we want by the year 2030, which implies intersectorality and multi-level public management with projects that must be in the favor of the development of our country and territories. And here we'd like to show you with this slide the partnerships, ministries, research centers, all areas, correspondence between local strategies for development and everything that we do based on integration and a multi-sectoral approach to the various aspects, which is necessary in order to move ahead in what we have seen with regard to the development in our country. And in this context, what is PADID? What is this platform for integral development at territorial level? We must say that initially this was a macro program of the UN system, a platform that we created in 2015 with an aim of strengthening institutional capacities in terms of planning and management of territorial development, with all seeking to contribute to the territorialization of SDGs. Now, why did we create it? Well, to respond in a flexible and timely and relevant manner to the context and real challenges that we have in the country at territorial level, and in support of the design and implementation of public policies linked to decentralization, to territorial planning, and economic development at local level. But now, really, since 2015 and to date, the platform has evolved, conceived first as a pilot platform in just a few areas of the country with scarce financing. We went scaling it up to the rest of the provinces. In the year 2020 was made already passed our policy for this. Then the platform became the public policy to promote development at territorial level in the country, as we said, in change with our national plan for economic and social development until 2030. And so with this platform, it is necessary to be clear regarding structures of governance, multi-level, intersectorality, the multi-player at national level, local level, empowerment, leadership, participation of state and non-state economic agents, centers and universities based on the development image that we have conceived for Cuba. What are the strategic priorities and areas of work? Well, we have two priorities: the ability to develop territories. We always say that at least at national level, we say that territorial governments do not have all the capacities to address and take on the instruments for planning that we have in the rest of the country. But without a doubt, this must be accompanied also by an analysis of which are the structures and the competences we already have at municipal level in order to move ahead in the development that we have conceived at territorial level. In terms of autonomy, we see that municipalities have few resources. They do have a strategy, but everything is done at national level. In Cuba, for several years now, institutions do have a top-down approach to what should be done at local level. As a colleague from Panama explained, the decisions are made at national level. They determine the methodology for the certain strategic lines given by the government. But if what we want is for the municipalities to be autonomous, when we take a look at their economic and productive setting, is inherent to them. And so it is difficult to promote local development of municipalities when everything that we want to do at municipal level requires of approval at national level. And so the main challenge in this process of decentralization of competences at territorial level is not for the institutions that are national be made subordinate at local level. No, what we need is to give them the competence, resources, financing, management coming from the municipal government so that they be truly autonomous in using their resources and based on their development. And in this sense, another of the priorities of the platform is financing for the economic development at local level. As we said, there are various sources: contributions made by the state, a collaboration project, external sources that might be managed based on exports that can be done from the territories, but also conceives all the promotion being done for the new authors of the economy, small SMEs, non-agricultural co-ops, and that as economic agents contribute to territorial development.
In this implementation, And the progress already has a supplementary toolkit to support government management, looking at gender, looking at funding, looking at territorial development, and how the governments must conduct their development strategies. What are the lines of action that deserve resources? How to identify the resources needed, not the same perspective whereby the central government must provide the resources. No, how to talk and get together with the stakeholders, how to go through production, technology, funding that will end up in these municipal development strategies. All municipalities already have their strategies approved. It's not that we're satisfied with this outcome, because we could have the municipal strategy approved, yes, but we're still missing popular participation. How the people in these municipalities feel empowered and how they can contribute to the implementation of the strategic lines. And at provincial levels, why we have 10 provinces, 67% already have their provincial strategies. And the goal is that by 23, all of our provinces will have their own strategies. And we emphasize always production, food production, as well as sustainable tourism, proper housing, social, cultural aspects, everything having to do with the social development of the country. Here, the implementation of the 2030 agenda is very much related to the PAVID platform. We have a lab, OD, SDG, using the technological platform to monitor the progress at all levels of SDGs. In Cuba, every province adopts initiatives at all levels, and this is developed in order to meet with these SDGs. So the main results to obtain are to set up the support platform towards SDG. We have to have a proper articulation with the territories and strengthening the measurement of development in the country. And here we must continue going forward with this platform to improve the government management mechanisms, having a robust statistical data. We do have a statistical office, and at territorial level, we also have that information, but we always say that there's more information that is needed. There's also a trend of institutions to ask for supplementary statistical data. We just cannot fully measure development. That is why we must strengthen in the territories and in real time the statistical data to correctly monitor the development of territories. This allows us also to measure progress of the main programs. This image of our SDG labs holds all initiatives. Here we have the players involved in the process. There is a location in the map, and we can see how the initiatives are heading towards SDGs in all of our provinces. As to the main contributions, we are working in, for example, the construction of the IDT, that is the Territorial Development Index. This has been updated in 2020, and we are able to see the municipalities that are going forward in the use of the resources, in their municipal strategy plans. And there are some that are lagging behind, but we are able to assess the municipalities that correctly use their capabilities. The municipalities are not able to ensure the development in their own strategy. Right now, in the current year, we are assessing the cooperation index as well as the territorial governance index. And these are the main contributions that we are conducting. Here are some initiatives for local and territorial development, starting from the initiatives that have been implemented. It shows the activation of economies, local economies, and we have other activities showing how resources mobilized, capacity building occurs, reaching important processes in all of our municipalities. We also see what's happening with the construction of social policy to promote comprehensive development. Main outcome, they follow the territorial development and becomes a central pillar for public agenda. It allows for the cooperation with e-government, strengthening dialogue capacities. There are local government partnerships with academic world and universities. We have implemented 98 initiatives, creating many, many jobs, jobs for women, for young ladies. And we do have many challenges though. PADIT is a platform that aims at implementing the national plan. But for us, it's important that the municipalities participate and contribute to the development of the nation. And this must also encourage a decentralization of competencies. It's hard to do so as of the mechanisms we have defined at the level of government. And they should drip down to local levels, encouraging information with public service digitalization, strengthening financial mechanisms to encourage territorial development, and strengthening development of MSMEs. This is our presentation. I hope we did not overwhelm you, but this is something that still remains to be consolidated. Thank you for your attention.
Muchas gracias, viceministra, por mostrarnos toda la
Thank you
institucionalidad que existe
for showing us all the levels involved in the territory. You have also shown us the challenges with the greater participation of all. We now give the floor to Adioseli. Thank you, Natalia. Let me start out greeting Ms. Cielo Morales, Natalia Agenda, Valeria Torres, who have supported us during the years we've been working as of the Planning Secretariat for Paraguay. I thank you. And I also thank the opportunity to be here. I greet Minister Alexandre. It's a pleasure to share this with Dr. Barrera and the fellow panelists. I greet all of the colleagues. I bring greetings from our planning minister in Paraguay. I now should go into all of the challenges involved. As we heard previously, we have the same challenges, but different solutions. Let me start by talking about Paraguay. That is a country without sea shores, about 62% of urbanization, poverty is of 26%, and our population is of 7 million. Our currency is a Guarani that we've had for almost 50 years without any changes, which grant us interesting macroeconomic stability. Even with the pandemic and all of the other challenges coming from the global situation. Paraguay is also known for hydroelectric abundant energy. We are connected with Argentina, with Brazil, in energy power generation. We have low fiscal costs. We have a young and low cost labor. We have easy access to international markets through the highways. We have low logistic costs, and we also have a spill effect into the territories. Let us take a look at the National Development Plan. And there are different versions of this plan. The one in force today dates from 2014. An update was made in October last year, 2021 actually. The horizon is towards 2030, having to do with the SDGs in mind. And this is the longest term for our planning. Then we have sectorial, institutional, and territorial plans in the midterm with a 5-year horizon. And talking about our challenges, we have a budget issue. We have an annual budget. So sometimes there is a mismatch with initiatives, but we have to think about the pluriannual plan. And this set up with the reactivation measures of post-COVID. And this goes through the plans. As a matter of fact, the National Development Plan and this update was conducted during the pandemic. As we have heard here from other colleagues, we have used a digital means. We held digital meetings, and this was also part of the adjustment. We've also adjusted the indicators. If we take a look at the relative importance of territorial plans, we must emphasize that we have other plans that are harmonized with this plan. If we look at the colors, they indicate what policies affect us. In reaching participative local development and productive diversification, we want to strengthen regional development, going towards effective decentralization as institutional policy. This is all part of the National Development Plan, as we said, and we also have websites that tell us about these progress. As I said, this is very much the SDGs and the PPA are well related, the pluriannual plan. And this is a result of that pillar. As occurs in many of our countries, as of 92, we have had similar figures in terms of rural and urban population, with an internal migration going towards our capital city, Asunción, or towards other regional cities. The challenge is to change this into poles towards development because of their potential.
Bueno, esto mismo genera también desafíos para lo que hace infraestructura.
This also has to do with the challenges involved. That involves road and infrastructure, fragmented expansion of urban centers, and the proliferation of informal settlements, as well as the growing environmental deterioration. What do we search here for? More balance in terms of development opportunities throughout the whole country.
O eliminar esa migración por motivos económicos y eso implica obviamente desarrollar oportunidades.
That obviously implies developing opportunities in urban centers. Now, at a regulatory level, if one looks at what I call the cascade between SDGs, National Development Plan, and sectorial plans, so that leads us to departmental development plans. Paraguay is broken down into 17 different departments and 263 districts or municipalities, and therefore there are departmental development plans and also plans for urban planning or for sustainable development at a municipal level. And in this type of puzzle, we can see that the articulation of sectorial policy is always based on the National Development Plan, which is our sort of translator into Paraguayan of SDGs, working with the various sectors of society, the public, private, and civil society sectors and civil society. We also need to analyze the various components of the socio-environmental unit with an integrating approach, thus approaching a real understanding of the system and in a sustainable manner to try to conserve ecological assets in the long term. Paraguay has big reserves of water, forests, and so on. And therefore, there's a big effort in terms of preserving those environmental assets. There are sustainable development plans at a municipal level. We also have the plan for territorial and urban planning, and this is stipulated in both laws and decrees, and that gives rise to the territorial development plan. To the territorial development policies, and now the laws related to these instruments link that to the National Development Plan, and therefore, as a technical planning secretariat, provides us with regulatory support in order to make headway with these instruments and somehow homogenize the way in which this is presented, because there is already a demand in the sense that some national governments have to present this to gain access to financing and so on, and thus we shape these policies through guidelines and other efforts. As I said just now, Paraguay has all these cities, in addition to our capital, and in addition to Ciudad del Este and Encarnación, that are border cities with both Brazil and Argentina, respectively. And we have the concept of intermediate cities, which is basically cities between 5 and 70,000 inhabitants. We need to enhance those intermediate cities as platforms for logistics and services and driving forces for development in the region, to approach services and employment to the population, and to attract rural migration and reduce the migration flow towards the major urban cities, Asunción and Ciudad del Este primarily. And this, of course, is linked to connectivity challenges, to challenges related to services and infrastructure, and this is dealt with through the National Public Investment Service, with the Technology Ministry, with access to education. As Dr. Barrera said just now, COVID evidenced that the alternative, the plan B in terms of connectivity via internet, was not probably fully operational as occurred in many countries, and therefore these are lessons that one learns and that one must deal with. Now, I'm not going to speak about these details. We have the Sustainable Development Plan in each municipality that forms part of a kit of planning instruments that seeks to align these policies, SDGs, National Development Plan, and the way in which that is also linked in territory. It involves social, environmental, and economic plans. And the idea is to do this in a participative fashion. And likewise, the urban and territorial plan seeks to transform the territory towards a municipality which is much more sustainable. Now, something that I haven't yet heard in this event, and which seems to me to be very relevant, and that refers to that symmetry of national and subnational governments, are electoral cycles. As public officials, we may work during different administrations, and therefore there's a sort of stability there. And in addition to all the resources and what that implies, however, in subnational governments, we are subject to 5-year cycles in Paraguay. And I don't know whether this is an institutional weakness or not. It is a regulatory governance arrangement. Every 3 or 5 years, these people are change. And that gives rise to the need to retrain after 5 years, again undertake all those efforts. And in the planning ministry and in the work conducted jointly with the Ministry of Finance, the idea is for these tools to be established in place, and so that we can so that it can be easier to continue this work. The metropolitan Asunción area, which is Asunción, Yamaré, Villalisa, San Antonio, Ñambí, San Lorenzo, Capiatá, Fernando de la Mora, Luca, Mariano Roque, Alonso, and Limpio, is an economic and demographic area, which is tremendously important. And that is why we have an atlas of the metropolitan area. There is a cartographic database for this territory, and the idea is to make tremendous efforts in the urban and territorial development of that area, which has tremendous growth over time. And so the idea is to have a much more foresight type of perspective to this. And I think the Peruvian colleague mentioned dopamine. Maybe this doesn't generate instantaneous dopamine, but if someone holds a position either as a technician or as an administrator, if they know that these material exists, that there are manuals in place, I believe that will develop dopamine, so that official can say, well, fortunately, I can receive the support of this. As I mentioned, this participation, this work that has been done as a technical sector, the municipal system and the STP, the political actors, municipal authorities and departmental authorities, and also the social sector, civil society, the private sector. And so this triangle talks about participation and the interaction when it comes to developing these tools and guidelines. A few figures. I'll say that so far we have 11 urban and territorial plans that have been approved by municipalities, 36 plans in process, and 44 municipal plans and 45 POUTs to be developed. We always say to the minister that she has to say no, because we're talking about 263 districts, but we are making headway based on demand and based on the plans that we have with international cooperation, and that generates this whole cascade of elements that enables us to somehow provide order and technical capability in local governments. Now, going back to the previous panel and talking about innovation, and fully aware of the fact that what is digital is not necessarily innovating, I would like to quote some tools that we have promoted both by the planning ministry and by the finance ministry. A results-based planning system that seeks to monitor the money, so to speak, between SDGs, the National Development Plan, and budget allocations, the expenditure items that institutions have linked to those plans. We also have the management dashboard where we obtain municipal information and information from departmental governments, so that enables us to have in one single place all this information. And subsequently, we will talk about the integration of systems. And this is a platform that received the support of the Inter-American Development Bank, and that contains both SDG information and national development plan information in numbers. And therefore, one can easily link and the resources that have been allocated to the nation's national budget. Now, I'm not going to discuss this in detail. I've shown the government management dashboard. The website is there somewhere, or you can enter our webpage, and there you'll find the whole series of instruments. I feel that what is very correct is that public policies are at a level, but public management is something that is undertaken every day. Policies provide us with a framework, so to speak, and the day-to-day management is what determines whether we reach our objectives or not. In that sense, in coordinated work with ECLAC, and we certainly thank them for the methodology to link in national development plans with SDGs, we have used that methodology, and we have conducted work linking the 83 objectives of the National Development Plan with the 169 SDGs, and to determine whether that objective was totally linked, partially linked, or whether it contributes to SDGs, highlighting that the concept contribution is something that we thought of in STP, so it'll be present in some of the new versions. Now, the idea was a year ago to send this to state entities so that they could in turn establish links between the objectives of their own master and sectoral plans with this matrix and using this same methodology. Doing that in a non-IT manner implies a lot of loss of time, and therefore what we thought of in our office was to create a search engine. So we have some keywords for the 169 SDGs, and what we do is to allocate users to state entities who can copy this into their system, something which was produced in-house. Colleagues can copy those goals, and the search engine will suggest out of each SDG which goals could be linked to that specific SDG. And therefore the professional can then choose that selection, and by selecting that, the system links that to the objectives of the National Development Plan. This is something that facilitates enormously the time and efforts of colleagues of other institutions, and we then have a lot more time available for the more in-depth aspect, which refers to determining whether those objectives are fully aligned with the SDGs, whether they're partially linked, or whether they can make a contribution to the SDGs. So it definitely facilitates this aspect. With Roman yesterday during the coffee break, we were thinking of using artificial intelligence and bots. So there is sufficient scope for improvement. So if we can help you as from STP, well, we are open to do this. So we thank you all, both in Spanish and in Guarani. Thank you very much, Aguille, and I am available for any help that I may be able to provide.
Muchas gracias, señor.
Thank you, Vice Minister, for showing us this tool of territorial planning, and for showing us the guidelines linking SDGs with development plans, and for mentioning this challenge of electoral cycles that have not yet been mentioned at length during the seminar. Now we would like to offer the floor to the from Brazil, Fernando Cerda.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Ms. Cielo Morales, Minister Alexander, Ms. Natalia Argenta, colleagues, and the presiding table and other participants. I will try to speak in Spanish with the support of my PPT. The federal constitution of Brazil has provisions having to do with territorial planning. Here, we have the most important ones to the effect of our conversation. Article number 3. Main goals in Brazil are to eradicate poverty, marginality, and reducing social and regional inequalities. The law behind the pluriannual plan will set per region the guidelines, goals, and objectives for the public federal expenses. There is a close relation between these goals and the budget. Now, the national programs, the national, regional, and sectorial plans that are part of the Constitution will be prepared together with the PPA, that is the pluriannual plan. And this is very important for the government, and it is closely related to regional and sectorial long-term plans as well as a budget. And by the way, I forgot to say that it is indeed quite a pleasure and an honor to be a part of this panel, sharing experiences and reflections on planning with such distinguished company. Now, territorial planning, the importance of territorial planning as a counterpart of sectorial planning. We must conduct sectorial planning, and it should consider always the territory. We promote federal and vertical integration. Brazil is a multi-level country, as many others are. We have 3 levels of government: the federal, central government, state level, and then our municipalities. Another one would be to promote horizontal multi-sectorial integration based on local demand and with a comprehensive design, promoting as well the commitment amongst the social society, starting from the feeling of belonging, so as to encourage joint responsibility and joint production with the citizens. Now, pending tasks, we must bring out the social competencies, dotations, and the relations that have been already set in the territory. That is, what are the relations, the power relations, what are the interests involved? Secondly, to map the contradictory plans amongst the players and the different interests from the classes, defining the minimum principles for political initiatives that are compatible with different levels of development and tackling political governance. The difference between our provinces is tremendous. So we have to have a minimum baseline to dialogue with all of them. Number 4, to go forward in the regional foresight on a bottom-up manner, but that are fully coordinated. Elements for territorial policy. We must look at the problem from a cross-cutting perspective. We must raise awareness on the importance of each organ and each level of government for the sake of policy. Collective and vertical and horizontal construction of a policy design. Strengthen the managerial instruments with social participation that would include social control, setting up as well commitments based on legal and technical competencies. I would like to draw your attention to large projects and risks involved. Sectorial rationale and that are isolated in the territory. We must avoid these kinds of risks. Other risks would be territorial changes with different effects. The incorporation of new relations and new flows in the territory with the arrival of a big project. Partial and momentary inclusion of local populations. That is, once the big project is built, what happens then? What happens with the population that migrated for that project? That is indeed an issue to be considered. We have to avoid these kinds of risks. Next, asymmetry in power relations, ignoring the desires and the interests of the regional population, the regional societies, because they must be considered. Challenges to overcome in terms of state public capabilities. In my opinion, this is the main problem involved, especially with the less wealthy municipalities. And we see that the differences are replicated. Why? Because they are unable to have access to central funds. They are unable to conduct a project. So those who conduct these projects are the wealthier municipalities. We must therefore have a strategy so as not to replicate these problems. We have therefore developed mechanisms to prevent that kind of concentration. On the one hand, we have complexity and requirements to have access to federal funds. On the other hand, there are difficulties in the amongst the less structured subnational agencies. So there are problems on both sides. On the one hand, the central government has a lot of demands in order to allocate funds. On the other hand, the less organized, less structured municipalities are unable to prepare projects to submit to the central government for funds. So we must bear in mind what's happening with these less wealthy municipalities to help them out in the implementation of their projects. Another issue amongst smaller municipalities has to do with the lack of administrative continuity and the redefinition of priorities. We must set up then career staff and train them. The rotation of civil servants prevents administrative intelligence amongst the staff, and few that have skills related to projects. These are some of the challenges involved. And I'd say the most important ones. The federal government, therefore, should afford support measures to aid the poorer municipalities. We must strengthen state capacities, and the central government must have greater responsibilities vis-a-vis less organized or less wealthy municipalities. Some Brazilian experiences are the following. Citizen territories, that started in 2008, focusing poorer territories. At first, 60 territories were involved, which afterwards grew up to 120 territories, involving 1,800 municipalities 42 million inhabitants, and this is present at all states. We're talking about micro regions. Sustainable Territorial Development Strategy. The program had actions related to 20 ministries, and the actions involved productive activities, citizenship, access to rights, and the rating of infrastructures. In these citizen territories, we find the need to have committees with state representatives, and the command was in the hands of the President of the Republic himself. And this was a very important condition. And why? Because after the coordination of a project goes to a ministry, the Ministry, for example, of Agricultural Development, then the program loses momentum. So this was an important lesson learned, that we needed the President of the Republic at the head of the projects. The communities of the territories have chosen priorities based on social participation, and the territories were represented by collegiate organs, half civil society, unions, associations, and half public agents at 3 levels. And local development people were hired to channel the activities. And something very important is that you must have a flexible transfer rules for municipalities amongst the citizen territories. Otherwise, they just can't have access to central funds. And I will bring to you a current experience. That is the territorial development policy. These are principles of the executive branch, and they involve transparency and social participation, regional solidarity, and federal cooperation, integrated planning and mainstreaming of public policies, multi-scale action at the whole of the territory, sustainable development, recognition and appreciation of the social, environmental, and cultural diversity of the regions, competitiveness and equality in productive development, and sustainability in productive processes. Now, there are 3 plans. There's the first one, the Development Regional Plan for the Amazons. And that is the first one that involves special regions. The next one is the Development Regional Plan for the Northeast, and the third one for the Central West region. Now, the strategic bets behind these 3 plans are involving the Amazons. Value adding based on biodiversity. That's for the North. In the Northeast, this has to do with the strengthening the networks of intermediary cities as an anchor for local, productive, innovative systems. And for the Central West, we have value adding related to commodities. Now, in taking a look at the Northeast, and by the way, Northeast is the poorer region in the country. So, taking a look at the Northwest and the specific development plan for the Northeast, we realize that there must be a law that has to be annually revised, and it should be a part of the PPA. It sets goals, objectives, priorities, and guidelines to foster sustainable development. It articulates government action. It is developed according to the national, state, and local plans and policies, and it is built with the participation of the private sector and organized civil society. That means that these regional plans listen to the people. They hear the priorities coming from the provinces and they lead them up to the central government. So the people in the, like ourselves, in the central planning offices must look at our priorities and how they relate to the sectorial priorities. And this is all brought to the pluriannual plan, the PPA. This is a difficult task indeed, but it is a challenge that has been set for the current administration. And this is very important in terms of the future of our planning strategy. Now, in continue with the Northeast, this has involved 50 intermediate regions, and of these, 42 are cities located in the inland. What are the objectives? To strengthen intermediate articulation of the northeastern cities, deconcentrate and encourage regional development, consolidation and strengthening of a network of cities using the same territorial unit for the planning of public policies. Another Brazilian experience is related to social participation, and it involves public councils, where the councils for public policies, and these are effective channels for citizen participation. It involves a democratic participation of the population in the formulation and implementation of public policy. Now, in social policies, we have seen evidence of a positive relation between cities that have participative policy and that are intent on that, and the good performance of health and education. It also shows better tax management in cities with more participative policies. There is a greater social participation in these cases, and the evidence shows it. Social participation. Public policy conferences. A while ago, this was very important, and this is now going to be one of the priorities on the new administration. We're talking about these public policy conferences. That is to find out whether things are going in the right direction, trying to monitor results, correcting mistakes. And this is done first at municipal conferences that rise up to national levels. We hold many of these conferences in very many areas of the government. And right now, the current administration aims at strengthening these conferences. And finally, but no less important, let us take a look at a very important policy in Brazil, and that involves active search in public policies. Now, what does it mean? This means taking the state down into people who are not in need of public services, people who don't know about their own rights. They're so poor that they don't even know what their rights involved, and they just don't have access to public services. They don't have their ID, they don't have any documents. People who are not part of the public services. So this active search for these people has become a very important part of social services as well as education, especially during the pandemic. And that would be my presentation. Thank you very much for your attention.
Muchas gracias,
Thank you, Undersecretary. Very interesting, everything that you said. I'd like to highlight some of the challenges, just to food for thought. The interventions in certain territories with major investment projects that then are lost. The need to strengthen capacities at territorial level and the difficulties of certain territories more than other in terms of devising projects at local level. And so now there are a few words I'd like to recognize Dr. Barrera. Thank you. I think it is impossible to sum up and would merely recall a publication by ECLAC, and that proposes the equality of territories. On the one hand, all people that live in these territories must have equal access and an individual equal approach regardless of the territory. And then the need to have equality among territories, and several examples have been given regarding disparities, requires that you need specific interventions and sectoral policies that have territorial applications, and then build conditions for the specificity of each territory. Each territory has its own specific nature, its own specificities, and so it is a challenge for public policy to build those conditions. I think that there's a very interesting array of experience and practice that is opened and that poses these challenges in terms of capacity. I will insist a lot on capacity building because if these capacities are not set up at territorial level, the leap towards decentralization, deconcentration processes, strengthening local sovereignty will be very difficult if these capacities are not built. And so this is seen as a tremendous challenge in this sense. Thank you. And now I would merely like to announce, and then I will hand over to Cielo for the closing, and that planning in relation to gender that we held yesterday, the presentations were uploaded to the ILPES planning website, and so they will be available in a short time longer and make use of the laboratories that it was so difficult to get and now maintain, but now available for everyone. And so now, yes, I will hand over to Cielo for the closing remarks. Thank you very much, Natalia, and congratulations to the panel, the panelists, distinguished panelists of this fourth panel, but also the other three panels held between yesterday and this morning. I have no intention, I could not do it, sum up the wealth of the discussions, nor the wealth of experiences shared with such generosity, with such sincerity, and that this is really appreciated at these spaces, because these spaces are for you. It is up to you to make the most of them, to share those limitations, because all institutions in our countries have their limitations, but also have their opportunities. And so, just to share some thoughts that have been left in the air, some very interesting phrases, I could say as follows. First, that in this two-day event, we've discussed how, based on planning and public services, the states may strengthen ties with citizens within the framework of a new public service, places at the heart for citizens, and that strengthens democracy. And that collectively determines the strategic drivers for recovery that we have in this so very highly volatile context that we are living through, and do so with a future approach, rescuing the territorial vision with great citizen participation, because it is no longer possible to conceive a plan without citizen deliberation that is inclusive and that also has elements of innovation. We have exchanged regarding the opportunities that these crises that we're living could afford us. and that we know, because it was mentioned by Minister Alexander as well as Raul Garcia Buchaca in the opening of the conference, the climate crisis, the economic crisis, um, the armed conflicts that we never thought that we were going to see in the 21st century, but we are, and the impact is affecting the world and also the region. But it is important to know that despite all this, despite all of these crises, there are also opportunities to transform the development model towards something that responds to the aspirations of a better future for everyone. Equal rights, access to benefits for development and environmental sustainability. So what are the elements that are left floating in the air and that mean that ILPES and ECLAC has homework to do? First of all, the countries are moving ahead. Despite the difficulties, despite limitations of all types, they're moving ahead in efforts to strengthen institutionality, planning, and public administration at different speeds and with different emphases. Because the realities are different, and these realities are not marked by a historical process, as we saw in the yesterday hearing from Maria Castro and Uruguayeta. The realities are different. Historical realities are different. But they also have to do with a series of historical moments, contextual policy, a major drive by citizens. Citizens have recovered their role to, in many occasions, change the public agenda, introducing the themes that are of interest to citizens. So it is that strengthening of institutionality that provides the tools to direct and redirect what is being done by the state, minimizing improvisation in order to create public value and public goods for the entire population. So that is the one first idea. Despite the difficulties, there is progress. We've seen it. It has been shared with us. A second idea is that perhaps there is full awareness among all delegations and based on the experience that we've had, that it's necessary to recalibrate the capacity of states in order to face these new challenges, in order to situate planning, read the context of a crisis in cascade that we're seeing. And that this is necessary if we are to renew those ties of trust with citizens, rebuild those bridges, because it is that basis of social contract that Raul was talking about in day one, worn and translate into that citizen discontent that is experienced in so many of our countries. The future, we've discussed and spoken of the future, and we will continue to talk about the future this afternoon. We've been reminded by all panelists that we build this in the present and not as a static, an ideal view, but rather as an opportunity of including the various views, approaches, and capacities at territorial level with a vision of the country that is shared with the different actors for development. But it is not possible to materialize this vision of the future without planning and implementing policies that do not have participation, that, as I said, citizen participation that is active, and where men and women, and here the gender approach is essential, be present in the discussions and deliberation at all levels of state. Neither can we think of this shared future without doing so every time better and innovative, not because it's fashion, no, but because the world has been created to be recreated. And so we were reminded by our representative from Costa Rica. And it is a way of responding with eligible tools. And the representative of Argentina reminded us of this, because innovation must respond to needs built by citizens and must be based on evidence, as was all said by Dr. Wentz. It is possible to innovate without so many financial resources, yes, but you need political will. And we also need commitments and incentives. It is necessary to have an atmosphere that leads to that innovation process, public innovation. All of our actions, all planning, all creation and construction of a future and implementation of that future happens at territorial level. It doesn't happen in abstract. The territory needs to recover its protagonism at urban, rural level, not to fragment, but to foster more balanced development, as was reminded by Augusto and the panelists, more balanced, and that embraces cultural diversity, that embraces productive diversity, and also recognizes that there are different natural resources in the territories and that generates a feeling of ownership, belonging within a framework of rights. Because as we were recalled by the representative of Brazil, Fernando, in many occasions, in territories that are more remote, more distant, that don't even have basic services, they're not even aware that they have rights and that they can use them and demand them. So this is the way of seeing how to conceptualize once again with a new public service this vision. Planning authorities, president of this conference and of the presiding officers, citizen trust in public institutionality, the future as a field of action, and not of dreams, but of opportunities to build a better reality. This reality that requires of financial resources, as we were reminded throughout the conference. And so we were all looking, of course, to Dr. Alexander here because he said, because we have here planning and we have the fiscal arrangement and investments or everything under the same umbrella. But how are we able to put that language together in a better way? How were we able to connect a structure, the different times, the political times, the administrative times, and of course the time for implementation and the citizen times, and that are requiring countries to give them more and better public administration. So all of this is not left in the air because we have it. We are going to work on it. But also it sheds light on where to direct our research, many of our training actions, because that is what states and citizens are requiring. And so we have many tasks ahead. Authorities, colleagues, we've changed our experiences because we believe in cooperation. We believe in collaboration. And because we learn from common challenges and diverse pathways taken by each and every country to resolve and address the challenges of planning and public administration in a sovereign manner. You can count on ECLA, ILPES to maintain this forum so that not naively and with a general commitment to maintain this technical political space for you to take ownership of it, because it is a safe space where you can exchange in a sincere and frank manner and where together we can build possible avenues via this new public service that is better for all the countries of our dear region, Latin America, and the Caribbean. Thank you very much. And so after this closing ceremony, we will now move on to lunch and we'll meet back again here at 3:30 in order to see the workshop on foresight. Thank you.